Okay, I will now call to order the regular meeting of the Fairfield Planning Commission. As the commission can see, we do not have our chair or our vice chair here with us. So I, as the secretary, will be opening the meeting and conducting the roll call. Following the roll call, we will be seeking volunteers, and then following volunteers, a nomination for one of the four of our commissioners up here tonight to serve as the chairperson pro tem for the meeting. That would be the chairperson just for tonight's meeting, to conduct our meeting here tonight. So with that, I will begin by conducting the roll call. We'll start with Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
And Commissioner McDonald is our newest seated member. This is his first meeting. Commissioner McDonald is a former commissioner, and we welcome you back to the podium with us tonight. Commissioner Werblin.
Present.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Evans.
Present.
Commissioner Cruzen is not present. Commissioner Childs is not present. And Chairperson Matthews is also not present. Okay, so with that, we don't have a chair or a vice chair. So what I will do is ask if any of the commissioners would like to volunteer to put their name out to be nominated to be the chairperson pro tem for the evening. You see Commissioner Evans has volunteered. Are there any other volunteers? Okay. Can I have a nomination for tonight's chairperson pro tem?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? Sounds like not. With that, Commissioner Evans, you are tonight's chairperson pro tem. If you could take your nameplate and you can come sit over in the chairperson seat, and we'll have you continue to run the meeting.
All right, so item 2 on our agenda for this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd like to welcome Commissioner McDonald. Would you please lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 3, information on public comments. The public may comment on items not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, provided that no action may be taken on off-agenda items except as authorized by law. Off-agenda items from the public will be taken under consideration without discussion by the Commission and may be referred to staff. Comments will be accepted in person or via Zoom. To speak on an agenda item in person, please complete a speaker's card and give it to the secretary before the meeting, or at least prior to the time for public comments on that item. When joining via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 on your phone to request to speak. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes per item. Do we have any speakers?
We do not have any speakers for public comments.
Since there are no speakers for public comment, we will move on to
Hold for
the
1
next
second.
item on our agenda.
We have one hand raised for Zoom public comments. I just want to remind people on Zoom, this is for non-agenda items. If you're waiting to speak on the general plan, that is an agenda item that will be coming up later. This is public comment not about the agenda. So the first Zoom comment is Carmen Gray. I'm going to let her in. One moment. Okay, Carmen, you may unmute.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I think I by accident raised my hand by accident. I didn't mean to do that, so my apologies.
Okay, no problem. We'll put you
But
back.
may I ask one quick question? I don't know if this is the right question or not, but are we able to know the public, whoever sits on the planning commission, who is a Fairfield resident and who is not? Will you guys be able to give that type of information out?
Is she asking of the commissioners, or is she asking of the general public speaking this evening?
The commissioners.
All the commissioners have to be
are-
Fairfield City residents.
All commissioners are residents.
Okay.
But I would appreciate the designation this evening if those people who live in Solano County versus living in City of Fairfield could just set that record for us,
Thank you.
if they're speaking.
Okay, we have one more hand raised. This is Winona Victory. She's coming into the Zoom now. Sorry, one moment. She's... Winona, are you there?
I am now. I got my unmute finally. I need to postpone my comment until after the general plan discussion starts.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
That is the last of the Zoom comments.
Since that is the last of the public comments are now closed, and we will move on to item number 4, which is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as submitted. All in favor, please indicate by show of hands. And the agenda has been approved. Item number 5, approval of the minutes for October 13th. Are there any changes to the minutes for October 13th?
Not from staff.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as submitted. All in favor, please indicate by show of hands.
I abstain since I wasn't at the last meeting.
Thank you. The minutes for October 13th have been approved. Item number 6, public comments. This is the time for the public to speak on items not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Items from the public that are not part of the agenda will be taken into consideration without discussion or action by the commission, except as authorized by law, and may be referred to staff. I will now open up the public comment period. I have speaker cards for public comment.
Yeah, and these are all for item A. So we've completed the public comment period. So I believe we can now move on to the next item on the agenda.
I will now close the public comment again. Thanks for your patience. I am training on the job here tonight.
Thank you.
Our next item is scheduled matters. The next item on the agenda is scheduled matters. For each agendized item, there will be a presentation by city staff. For items that involve application requests, I will then ask the applicant to address the Planning Commission if they so desire. Then I will open the public hearing and call out the names of the members of the public who have filled out the speaker cards to come forward to the podium and speak for up to 3 minutes. I will close the public hearing after all comments have been provided and after our questions regarding the testimony during the public hearing have been answered. After the public hearing is closed, the Planning Commission will deliberate on an item and may have additional questions of staff. We cannot take additional testimony or questions from the public after the hearing is closed. The Commission will then vote on the item. So item A, study session Fairfield Forward 2050. Study session on the alternatives reports for the Fairfield Forward 2050 General Plan Update. Planner, Amy Cromeyer.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight you will be presented on the land use alternatives prepared as part of the General Plan Update project known as Fairfield Forward 2050. And you will be asked to make recommendations on your preferred components of the plan to the City Council. This meeting, this phase represents a pivotal moment in the General Plan Update project as the final preferred plan approved by the City Council will form the basis for the development of the general plan policies and the environmental analysis for Fairfield's new general plan. And so presenting tonight, we have Allison Moore from Diet and Batia Regional Planners.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Allison Moore. I am a consultant for Diet and Batia, the firm that's working with the City of Fairfield on Fairfield Forward 2050. This evening, we are seeking guidance on how Fairfield should accommodate future growth and achieve the community's vision over the next 30 years, specifically through direction of several areas and concepts. I'll go quickly through the background and community outreach activities, present an overview of what alternatives are and some top-line findings on the differences between them, and then the heart of why we're here, to get your direction on which concepts you'd like to see advanced to the preferred alternative, or not advanced, or other ideas. And this, as Amy mentioned, will form the basis of the full general plan update. As a reminder, the planning area includes the city limits, that dashed line, the sphere of influence where the city could potentially annex and expand services in orange, as well as the land surrounding Fairfield that bear relation to the future of the city. To recap where we are, we've completed an initial phase of the project where we explored existing conditions in a comprehensive period of outreach to get input on the community's vision and priorities, culminating in the Vision and Guiding Principles document, which is available on fairfieldforward.com. We're now in the alternatives phase, and we've been working simultaneously on the climate action plan and housing element. What comes next is the preferred alternative, which we're hoping to have completed by the end of the year, so we can get into the work of drafting the general plan in the spring, with public release in the summer and adoption consideration hearings in fall of 2022. A comprehensive range of community outreach related to visioning was conducted. And in this phase, we've also had a robust level of participation through online and in-person events, as well as other property owner interviews. The alternative survey closed on the 25th, and we had close to 400 responses. And we are working on a summary report of that as we speak. Of note, we also had significant youth participation We know that this is a major priority of Planning Commission and Council, with nearly 28% of survey takers of high school age, thanks to our GPAC member outreach. So just so everyone is on the same page here, I want to talk about the purpose of the alternatives, what they are, and how we'll be using the time this evening. Alternatives are different options for achieving growth and priorities. They're 10,000-foot concepts, big picture. Oh, sorry about that. They're used to help community members evaluate trade-offs and think about what they feel is the best way forward. They're also a requirement of the Environmental Impact Report, which, in addition to a reasonable range of alternatives, also must consider a no-project alternative, or what might happen if the existing general plan were to continue on in its current state. Each of the alternatives contains concepts, and these concepts can be mixed and matched to create the preferred alternative, and this will form the basis of the general plan update. Following that phase, we will be taking a look at policies and ways to address issues that arise as part of these discussions tonight. I'll also note that the preferred alternative can contain other ideas that are not shown in the alternatives, or concepts can be left out. So the alternatives seek to answer big questions that are tied to community and decision-maker priorities that we've heard about. As you can imagine, people may have very different opinions about what the best ways to answer these questions might be. There's no way that we can answer all of the questions here tonight, but we will continue to refine and address these issues and concerns through policy development later on. Before I get into the differences between the alternatives, I want to first mention the things that the alternatives have in common. They recognize the Linear Park Trail as an important resource and connection for the city as a whole. They seek to preserve and expand industrial land, which is expected to be the largest growth sector in the city. They follow decision-maker direction from the June 16th joint study session to address what might happen in the Cherry Stem area to better connect and unify Cordelia and Central Fairfield. And they assume a majority of development will occur through pipeline projects and capacity within the specific plans, like the Heart of Fairfield and the train station specific plans. These projects have already been approved and accounted for. Reminder, why are we planning for growth? So citywide, transformational impact is not the product of spontaneity. Instead, it is of constructive planning processes. So 30 years down the line, we need to have a comprehensive plan for the city overall. Thinking thoughtfully about housing supply helps to address affordability issues. Part of the reason why we have an affordability crisis in the Bay Area is because not enough housing is being built. And thinking, too, about housing types to meet the needs of Fairfield's diverse population, housing for a range of incomes, of family types, etc. Whether there are opportunities to own homes or rent homes, all of these are important considerations. Housing development proposed in these alternatives beyond pipeline projects and specific plans is modest, especially when you consider that this is over the span of 30 years. Housing development and added population is important to support the economic feasibility of additional commercial, entertainment, and other amenities the community seeks. Expanding economic opportunity is a key priority, and these alternatives plan for robust jobs growth. Planning for jobs in concert with housing has the benefit of reducing vehicle miles traveled, improving quality of life, and many other pluses. A jobs to employed residents ratio is used sometimes as a metric to judge a good balance of housing and jobs. Getting as close to one as possible is the goal. Currently, Fairfield's jobs employed residents ratio is 0.8, and these alternatives would bump the range up anywhere from 0.89 to 0.93. Jobs growth also helps to create a positive fiscal impact, so the city has the funds to address improvements that residents seek. But we know that this is not just the jobs and housing situation. We are planning for complete communities. We're planning for connectivity improvements, schools and park needs, as well as open space and agriculture. Where should the city grow? Where should it not grow? These will be big questions that we'll need to talk about today. So the alternatives report provides a comprehensive look at each of the alternatives, but here's just a top-line assessment with major concepts that I'll go over in a second. But alternative 3 would result in the largest amount of residential growth, 13,100 units. Sorry, I don't know why it keeps advancing. Alternative 1 would result in the largest amount of industrial and office square footage, and alternative 2, the largest retail square footage. While congestion locations for traffic impacts may vary based on where growth is proposed in these alternatives, all three have a comparable vehicle miles traveled reduction, and all three reduce vehicle miles traveled to be per service population to less than what the project would what will be happening if the general plan continued on as is. For infrastructure costs, alternative 2, which is the corridors alternative, would be the least. And then for fiscal impacts, alternative 3 would result in the largest surplus. So alternative 1, new neighborhoods and connections, builds on Fairfield's reputation for affordable home ownership, adding new single-family neighborhoods and a new walkable, bikeable community that connects Cordelia and Central Fairfield, as well as Solano College to the transportation center into downtown. Cordelia Junction and the area around Solano College becomes a knowledge hub, adding more housing for students and creating pathways to medical research and manufacturing jobs. And a redesigned road will allow bicyclists, bus riders, and others to share the road safely to the future Pacific Flyway Center. Alternative 2, transformed corridors and transit-oriented development, builds links between new multifamily homes, jobs, and amenities along key corridors such as North and West Texas streets, and around transit centers such as the Fairfield Sassoon train station and transportation center. The Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit Line, or SMART Train, could come to Solano County and connect to the Amtrak line, and this alternative would create a new transit-oriented development and neighborhood around an envisioned train stop in Cordelia. While other locations were identified in the Solano Transportation Authority's feasibility study, these locations were near freeways, and we thought that this would be an opportunity to build more housing. There are concerns about building housing near freeways and air quality issues and things like that. In this alternative around Cordelia Junction, it becomes a jobs corridor with land for research and development areas, light manufacturing uses, business parks, and flexible office uses. Alternative 3, community centers, creates new mixed-use areas shown in the red here to add population needed to support new amenities that add to the quality of life, such as grocery stores, entertainment centers, parks, and other resources. This alternative creates a new community called an agrihood, which is a neighborhood that preserves agricultural uses. This alternative also envisions the mall as a community center, complete with housing, community uses, green spaces, and employment uses. So our objective tonight is to talk about which concepts we want to advance forward or not. There are 9 that we are seeking direction on, which is, I know, is a lot to get through, and I will provide background information and a summary of public input, as well as what each of the alternatives propose quickly, and then we'll take public comment, and then we can revisit all of these in further detail, and you're welcome to ask questions then. So at a high level, of the 400 people who took the survey, people agreed that a mix of these alternatives was what's preferred. Overall, alternative 2, the transit-oriented alternative, was most preferred, but also close was alternative 3, community centers. Of the other comments, approximately 14% wanted a preferred alternative that did not include any development or urban expansion into Sassoon Valley. The Cordelia Junction area. So our 3 options are the knowledge hub concept, which includes medical offices and paths to jobs for college students, as well as housing. Alternative 2 designates the whole area as a jobs corridor, focusing on research and development. And alternative 3 aims to create more of a mixed-use center, adding population to support services and commercial uses. And I'm just going to go through, these are just existing in general plan maps that we can talk about later. But of property owners and stakeholders I spoke with, there's a high degree of interest in residential in this area, and an openness to explore different types of housing, such as senior housing, medium or high density residential. 34% of survey respondents preferred the neighborhood center idea for Cordelia Junction. And Solano College and their student government spoke about desiring more affordable housing options and supporting the knowledge hub concept. Another area where we're going to seek your input is the area I-80 north to Rockville Road. We are exploring this use to help unify Cordelia and Central Fairfield per decision maker direction. Alternative 1 is our new walkable, bikeable neighborhood, which helps to put eyes on the linear park trail. 2 keeps the area as is and 3 creates the agrihood. So among survey respondents, alternative 3 was the most preferred among survey takers, but among the other comments that we received, there were around 88 comments stating that they did not want any development in Sassoon Valley. Workshop participants indicated support for alternative 2 north of I-80 in that there was no change. And we found that there was both skepticism and curiosity about what an agrihood entailed. Our GPAC members were divided. Some thought that no change was the way to go, preserving agriculture. Others thought that an agrihood with a small component of clustered housing and an educational component could be a unifying center and gateway to the Sassoon Valley. Property owners in the north, some within the northern area were open to annexation for services, but there was a desire to learn more about the timeline for implementation and a preference for noise-compatible land use types. Others were interested in hotels or agriculturally oriented commercial or their continued institutional use. And farmers from the county who attended the workshop we heard were those other comments that I mentioned that did not want to see development or annexation. To the south, industrial uses expand to Nelson Hill in alternative 1. Alternative 2 becomes our transit-oriented development. And alternative 3 keeps some agriculture, but expands some industrial south of Cordelia Road. We heard, it was the same sentiment in the survey. We didn't differentiate between north and south in the survey, but 40% choosing alternative 3, 88 other, no development. The GPAC had the opinion that development south of I-80 could take some of the pressure off north of I-80. And among property owners that we spoke with, some had a preference for the area to remain agricultural and open space. Others were open to annexation and had a ranked preference for specialized industrial or industrial agricultural. North Texas Street. There were varying levels of change in these alternatives, alternative 1 being the least, keeping it as is, an auto-oriented corridor. Alternative 2 being the most, so a full transformation with housing and retail and amenities and improvements. And alternative 3 being more focused centers along the corridor. We heard that 44% of survey respondents did support major redevelopment along North Texas, and public realm improvements as means to improve connectivity were the highest rated priority. North Texas redevelopment was one of the most popular concepts among our workshop attendees, and our GPAC did support major redevelopment here. The Solano Town Center is another area where it could be an area of transformation. Alternative 1 does not propose any major changes, though some experiential retail could result. This is kind of a short-term direction that some malls are taking these days. 2 proposes some mixed-use higher density housing, and 3 represents a major transformation. We found that it was divided between leaving the mall as is, but also close behind was a preference for major transformation, but what that type of transformation represented was subject to debate in the comments. And of our youth respondents, 51% desired major transformation, with 37% preferring the mall remain the same. And like with North Texas, mall redevelopment was one of the most popular concepts. For downtown, it's already the focus of the Heart of Fairfield plan, an important piece of the city overall. Alternative 1 lets development proceed as planned. Alternative 2 focuses higher density housing around the transportation center, and some multifamily and medium density housing just to the south, and mixed uses at the edges of the city to create more of an entryway to the Fairfield-Sassoon train station. Alternative 2 would also propose a bus rapid transit line to occur in tandem with development. Alternative 3 creates more of a mixed-use center around the transit station and seeks to enhance connections with other community nodes. This was an area where there was community support for change here, with 28% indicating a preference for alternative 2, that transit-oriented development. 26% chose alternative 3, which envisions transportation centers and mixed-use area. There was a high level of support from our workshop attendees for this transformation and amongst our GPAC members. There are also several areas where new residential development could occur. It's not real, given the state of the city's current housing stock, with 70% being single-family, it's not realistic to assume that all new development will be multifamily. So locations of new neighborhoods to continue to add to single-family home stock were proposed in some of these alternatives. These locations include Nelson Hill, that row at the very top, the sphere of influence southwest of Green Valley, that middle row, and the area near Paradise Valley and the Rancho Solano area, which is only proposed in alternative 1. There was limited online comments about these areas, though there were 4 comments about keeping open space in Nelson Hill. Among online comments, there was 1 comment about fire risk and another in support of development. And the property owner here is interested in lower medium density, single-family or duets, and multifamily housing at the base against the hill. Some other just quick concepts about connectivity that are not as extensive. So the Gold Hill Road redesign to the Pacific Flyway was proposed in alternative 1. That would help to accommodate bicyclists, pedestrians, cars in transit on a redesigned road. And then this would also explore connections to the path that will be created as part of the interchange project. And then there was some support in the survey for that. Road redesigns were the 3rd highest priority for climate change strategy, but 4th as a connectivity strategy. The GPAC was supportive of this, and this was a medium level concept that people indicated a medium level of support for at the workshop. Then there's also the Travis Air Force Base connection, which proposes a connection from the train station to an enhanced use lease area and residential to support Travis Air Force Base employees. This connection could also serve the 2 schools that happen on Travis. And we heard from our GPAC that there was support for this connection, and from Travis confirmed that there's a desire to explore an enhanced lease use area, which could be an area where more community type uses are explored. So with that, I will then pause our presentation and then allow for public comments, and then I will go back to the very beginning to our 9 concepts and go through each 9 of these with all of you concept by concept.
I will now open the public comment period. I believe I have cards for this. All right. So what I'm going to do is call the next speaker, and then I'll call a speaker right in behind so you can prepare yourself to come up. Just a reminder, we have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to speak. And I'm going to ask that everyone hold applause and comments so each speaker can be respected and heard, and so we can move forward in an orderly manner, because we have quite a few cards to get through tonight, as you may expect. Let's see. All right, so our first speaker is John Caladum. I am not the names person, so hopefully I won't butcher too many names here. So John, come forward, and then next we're going to have Joe Green.
And I'll note that you'll have at the microphone, you'll see a clock that will count down, letting you know how much time you have to speak.
All right, thank you. My name is John Caladum. My wife and I moved to Fairfield, 1 mile away from the heart of Suisun Valley, about 6 years ago. We are homeowners, and we proudly tell everyone we live amidst Suisun Valley, rustic wine country, one of the first American viticultural areas in the state of California. A rustic destination, Suisun Valley is home to world-class wines, homegrown farm products, and a beautiful agricultural landscape without massive crowds. Neighbors and visitors come from both near and far to experience rustic wine country. For those of you who might not be aware, and that includes everybody here tonight, there is a Suisun Valley Master Plan, which can be found online, to maintain and grow the agricultural and viticultural businesses of Suisun Valley. In no way is the Suisun Valley Master Plan one that develops Suisun Valley into single-family housing or apartment complexes, office parks, or strip malls. The Suisun Valley Vintners and Growers Association has 45 individual grower members. That's grapes, wine, fruits, vegetables, produce, olives, olive oil, nuts, I could go on. 26 marketing members, all of which are either wine producers, at least 12 of them are sellers, vineyards, grape growers, olive oil producers, farmers, restaurants, tap rooms, produce stands, or a combination of all of the above. Sassoon Valley stands on the cusp of greatness in the world of quality wines and winery tourism experiences. Every winery is upping their game with newer renovated tasting rooms, heavy investment in wine production facilities, and bending together for the greater good of all agricultural and viticultural businesses in the area. The ongoing mantra of we need more housing and we need more affordable housing is not something solved in Sassoon Valley rustic wine country. You don't develop the very areas that are drawing tourism to your agricultural and viticultural businesses. And that's exactly what tourists and locals want to see when they visit Sassoon Valley. They are coming to see the farms and the vineyards, the mountains and the fields. That very square in the upper left-hand quadrant up there, that's what they want to see when they come to Sassoon Valley. Tearing apart the landscape of the Sassoon Valley countryside destroys the very thing that draws people here. Agritourism and viticultural tourism are diametrically opposed to urban development. I object to the development of Sassoon Valley rustic wine country. I object to housing developments, apartment complexes, office parks, shopping malls, or strip malls, and I'm sure the Sassoon Valley tourists and visitors would also oppose it. Instead of running away from the problems of the city to start anew, look within the city of Fairfield proper. Improve the existing city of Fairfield. Do not encroach and/or annex neighboring communities, counties, and cities. Focus on Fairfield's homeless problem, crime and unsafe areas, blighted areas, a long overdue and renovation of historic downtown, and develop affordable housing within the city perimeter. Lastly, keep Sassoon Valley rustic wine country. And by the way, everything I just said pretty much applies to every one of those plans up there, including Green Valley and Cordelia, everything north and south of that line of I-80. And if everyone really thinks about it, it's the problem of expanding the city limits that's causing everyone to be here. That's what people are most concerned about. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next, we will have Joe Green Heffman, followed by Nancy Nelson.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and Commissioners. My name is Joe Greenheffern, and I am here also as a Fairfield resident and a member of the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee. I am also a civil engineer who has seen and built rural and urban infrastructure over 40 years that we are obliged to live with, for good or bad, for many generations. So the decisions really matter on the long term. Why am I and others here? We are here to voice concerns about future plans for the city and surrounding lands for ourselves, but for our children and grandchildren. I have 2 daughters that moved up into the area and they have children. One teaches at our future. It has been less than 3 weeks since the city disclosed these alternatives being considered, and less than 2 weeks since they were actually discussed with the public in a workshop. I ask, why the rush to a preferred alternative? I do compliment staff and the consultant on the clarity of the presentations and the graphics. I think the information's been great, but there are gaps, as I note. After attending the workshop and then a meeting last week of the General Plan Advisory Committee, it is apparent that there is a major deficiency in the alternatives report, with only 3 alternatives being considered as the basis for selecting a preferred alternative to consider under CEQA. Despite numerous public comments about the importance of protecting agricultural lands, and you'll hear more, and in particular Sassoon Valley, no alternative presented for consideration actually does protect Sassoon Valley. Instead, each of the 3 alternatives converts a portion of the valley to urban uses. Therefore, we request a 4th alternative that more clearly focuses future development within existing city limits. We believe that infill opportunities spread among the 3 alternatives that you've heard about provide enough detail to show how additional housing and job opportunities through 2050 can be achieved while simultaneously protecting Sassoon Valley. The Solano Orderly Growth Committee has submitted a separate letter that provides preferred components from alternatives 1 through 3 that might be incorporated into such a 4th alternative, and that would be more consistent with the guiding principles that you've established that included limiting outward expansion and preserving agricultural surroundings. In the event that you have not had a chance to review that letter, I will leave copies of the summary table of our components with staff so that you have it available if you would like. Orderly Growth also supports a future train station for the SMART train that may be extended around the North Bay. We believe that station should be located on the west side of Nelson Hill, closer to the users in Cordelia, and consistent with the locations that were proposed in STA's SMART and Solano Express Station feasibility study. We urge the city to defer formulation and selection of a preferred alternative until a 4th alternative is developed to show what is possible without encroachment into Sassoon Valley. Such a plan is necessary to provide council and commission with information about what's possible before heading down the slippery
Excuse me,
slope.
John.
that
I'm
leads
sorry to
the-
have to cut you off, but that's your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we'll have Nancy Nelson. And that's followed by Harry Engelbright.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for serving your community, and thank you for the presentation tonight. A couple of thoughts. The existing Fairfield General Plan, there's some things that are going on that showed that there are some failures. For example, along Business Center Drive, which was all intended to be commercial, that was not a successful zoning, and incrementally that's being changed to residential in an area that the environmental impact report had traffic going the opposite direction. It's creating a lot of problems. And I bring that up just to point out the importance of forming a general plan that is accurate and effective, because when it goes sideways, now there's major traffic problems because of failures of the existing general plan. Anyway, I would just like, I know it's kind of, we're sort of beating the same drum here, but I wanted to talk a little bit about protecting Sassoon Valley from a different vantage. I'm sure you've all read the letter from LAFCO, which is concerned that because their primary mission is to prevent premature conversion of prime agricultural land. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, I wanted to expound on that, of why that is so critically important. This goes back for me to September 2008, this article in National Geographic. It's titled Where Food Begins. And we focused a lot on the importance of water and growing food, but also is vital is prime agricultural land. And it exists on such a small portion of our planet. But we're talking about agriculture and viticulture, enjoying wine and agritourism is great, but we're talking about food security. Many civilizations have failed because they did not take care of their land. We are so fortunate in Solano County to be rich in water, and we are rich in prime agricultural soil. This is from the Solano County General Plan. You can see the green area. That is identified by the state as prime agricultural land and demands the highest protection for our future food production. This is serious business. As community leaders, we need to look at those most basic things that food and water are life. So it is not just a matter of traffic and wine production. Those things are very, very important. But of higher importance is protecting our food shed and our watershed. So anyway, that was why I just wanted to point that out. Ever since I read this article many years ago, I became profoundly aware of how important protecting our soil is for our community and our civilization into the future. So with that, my final 28 seconds, I'd like to talk about, I'm a big advocate for housing. I'm Solano County Habitat for Humanity's architect, and I would like to see a lot more land available contiguous to the city that is affordable to develop. We already have 400 units in Green Valley, a fabulous program of protecting agriculture and allowing more high-end housing. We need affordable housing that's contiguous to the city. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I see my time is up.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we're going to have Harry Engelbright, followed by George Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Harry Engelbright. I'm a 43-year resident of the city of Fairfield. I was an urban planner with Solano County for 29 years, retired in 2006. The county brought me back to manage the county general plan update, which was adopted in 2008. So I've gone through this process a few times in my career. I strongly support many of the proposals in the three alternatives, including the higher density mixed-use developments, transit-oriented and pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods and community centers. But I'm here tonight because I am greatly concerned and do not support the proposed urban expansion into Sassoon Valley. There is a long 45-year history of planning, programs, and actions that the city of Fairfield, the county, Solano Irrigation District, SedCorp, and others in the farming community in Sassoon Valley have undertaken in order to protect and promote agriculture in Sassoon Valley. I provided you with the letter, I hope you've received, and I've actually outlined many of those programs, but just to briefly give you some examples. In 1975, the city and the county jointly developed the West Central General Plan. It was adopted by both city and county, and it formed the basis and was Cordelia was first established as a separate growth center for future growth for the city. One of the principal reasons for the location and creation of the Cordelia Growth Center was one of the plan's principal goals was the protection of Susan Valley. We skipped over Susan Valley to protect it, to allow future growth, creating a new growth center separate from the existing community. In 2002, the Susan Valley Fund was established. It was actually established by the City of Fairfield and SID. It funded a group in the valley that ultimately resulted in the adoption of a marketing promotional plan for Susan Valley products and for tourism. In 2010, the county adopted the Susan Valley Strategic Plan, which implemented the policies and programs that were established in our 2008 general plan. And that included creating new zoning districts, establishing new tourist centers, and providing more flexibility for agriculture and processing within the valley. One of my concerns is that the proposed urban expansion into Susan Valley represents a significant change from current city policies, protecting the valley and conflicts with county policy and ongoing programs in the valley. To date, there seems to be little recognition of Susan Valley as a community of itself. It's a farming community, it's a close-knit community, and it's as much a part of the city of Fairfield as the residents within the city of Fairfield. There doesn't seem to be any communication, if you will, between the two. There was nobody interviewed from Susan Valley as part of the stakeholders group. It's not been really recognized as a stakeholder at this point. And I think it's important that the city actually outreach to the community and begin a conversation. And while you did interview the county as part of your stakeholders interviews, again, there's not been really communication between the county and city.
That is your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we'll have George Kennedy, followed by Wendy Hamilton.
Good evening, Commissioners. George Kennedy, resident of the City of Fairfield. I want to talk, I'd like to really have everybody kind of stop and think about the rush of this proposal. And one of the things on page 2 of the packet that planners sent to you was talking about things that were identified by the community for vision and guiding principles. And they kind of glossed over the fact that 42 people showed up for the community meetings, and over 400 people took part in the survey that they are still tabulating. So there's 1,000% increase in what's there and what is coming in. So you're getting a microscopic view of what the community is actually asking for. And I mean, from 42 to over 400 in their own report. So why rush this? The SMART train, it's not, the 2050, their goal, Fairfield isn't part of that. Page 4 on houses to jobs. She talked about 0.8 right now and could go up to 0.93. That's an 11% increase citywide. We've been the bedroom community for the last 30 years. How is that going to change overnight and over the next 30 years to create that many new jobs when our economy is switching more to service orientation, which this gets rid of? The fiscal impacts on page 4, that's what this is all about. The additional income that the city of Fairfield can garner from these 3 alternatives. Solano Mall, the agricultural interest, where are their views on this? I mean, we act like we own the city, Solano Mall. The city divested themselves years ago and sold their interests to Westfield. And we're trying to tell a mall developer that's their business, how to run their mall and what to do with their mall. Just like we're trying to tell farmers who have been here for multiple generations, we're going to try to tell them what to do with their land. That's wrong. And so I ask you, please come up with a 4th alternative and take your time and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have Wendy Hamilton, followed by Monica Brown.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Hamilton, obviously. I live in the Rockville area in Sassoon Valley with my parents who live next door to me. My mother is here with me, and I'm here speaking on behalf of our entire family. We've read your alternative, the Forward 50/50, and from our perspective, none of them are acceptable in any manner. The alternatives, you use words like collaborative process, community-driven, achieving community aspirations. Those are your words, not mine. My question to you is, what community are you talking about? What collaborative process are you talking about? I'd never even heard of Fairfield 2050 until several weeks ago. Thank God for Sassoon Next Door, Facebook, and other social media exposing this community plan. We never received a letter, an email, a phone call, nothing. So let me ask you, how is it community-driven when the property owners and taxpayers and voters are the last to find out? What are we supposed to think about the underlying motivations of this plan? In reading all three, it's clear to me that it's driven by commercial developers that purchase acreage with the possibility of developing it as mostly retail and office space. And because of the recent changes in the economy and consumer behavior, the investment is not panning out. So they want to force us to give up our community so they can make a profit. And by the way, as far as I know, land investment is just that. It's an investment and it's speculative. So this begs the question, should our cities, our counties be purely driven by the profit margins of certain industries while the needs of current residents and taxpayers are ignored? All three alternatives, you are asking us in the residents of the Sassoon Valley to sacrifice our community so you can develop the land in a more profitable manner. So why are the needs of developers more important than community members who live and work here? I'm not sure where any of you live, but we moved here from the East Bay and purposefully chose to live in a zoned rural area to get away from the very essence of what you're proposing. These alternatives will destroy the agriculture and farming community that has made the Sassoon Valley what it is today. And by the way, you cannot have it both ways. You can't promote the beauty of this valley, its robust farming, the blossoming wine industry, and the promise of agritourism, and then turn around and build 250 condos right in the middle of our rural community. It doesn't work. So in closing, my request is to develop a new fourth alternative with the intent that you falsely claim that the Fairfield 2050 plan already has. Let's have a real collaborative process. Let's have a real community-driven alternative. And together, let's achieve real aspirations for this community, which is to preserve the Sassoon Valley, not only for my generations, but for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have Monica Brown, followed by Nora Dizon.
Good evening. I would just like to ask Amy if you could let us know what kind of information was sent to folks in terms of email, because I sent something from Mr. Engel. Make sure everybody got the copy of that. My name is Monica Brown, and I'm the Solano County Supervisor that represents District 2, and specifically both Cordelia Incorporated and Unincorporated. I'm asking you to put a pause on going forward with the general plan so we can come up with an alternative that does not take away agriculture and open space in Cordelia or the Sassoon Valley. The general plan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to decide what our city will look like. At the county, I'm constantly told we must allow a certain project or development because of the general plan. We will be stuck with whatever we put in the general plan for decades to come. We need to take the time to get it right. The agriculture and open space in our county are what make us unique. The voters of Solano County voted to keep our open space. We should honor that by protecting our open space. As a resident of Cordelia Villages, Monday is November 1st is 31 years in that house, which is paid for. I am not here saying not in my backyard. Cordelia has been the center of housing development for Fairfield for a long time, with more development to come. We have accepted more than our fair share of housing development. It would be wrong to take away the rural aspect of rural Cordelia. Any housing we gain from taking away agriculture will not be affordable housing. Go down Red Top, guys. Those homes going in right now are $800,000 plus. It will be expensive housing out of reach for more Solano County residents. This is not worth taking away our open space and ag areas. Let us take the time to get this right. There is no hurry. please postpone approving the general plan, and let's come up with an alternative that keeps our open space and ag for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Nora, and after that, we'll have Derek Lum.
Good evening. I just want to say I thought I was going to read comments from other people, but apparently that's not allowed tonight. So I have emailed them to David Feinstein. Okay. I submit my comments as an official request to stop the general plan update process, as the three proposed alternatives deliberately include fiction to confuse the residents of Fairfield. This is a clear sign that there needs to be a replacement of whoever's doing this, or an audit of the proposed facts of alternatives needed to be incorporated in the process. The only clear message coming out of these three options is that there's a plan to annex property without due process, and a plan for more housing, more than what Fairfield is mandated. Why the lies? There is no Cordelia Smart train station, and yet that's the centerpiece of your alternative too. Raleigh McCoy, he is the planner of ABAG, says that STA did not identify a new train station in the Cordelia area as a project to be considered for inclusion in the planned Bay Area 2050. And as such, Planned Bay Area 2050 does not include a new station in that area. STA Robert Guerrero says that STA received a grant from the state to study the feasibility of the potential smart train station, but that they identified the Suisun City train station. That is what the connection will be at. So why do we have a fiction, which apparently most people preferred, alternative two? There is no planned school at Rockville Road and Suisun Valley Road. The Fairfield Suisun Unified School District confirmed that this was an idea 10 years ago. Why try to fool us? The attempt to approve the very high-density Green Valley 3 apartments was the warning that the city plans on approving a lot more high density, and they're trying to take rural property to do this. At this point, there's no reason to believe any of the general plan updates that it serves a good purpose for the residents. It only serves as a great way to—
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. Helps big builders, not us. Please stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Derek Lum, and that will be followed by Chris Engel.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. I'm third-generation farmer Derek Lum, and probably one of the stakeholders in the Alternative 1. It's hard to believe that it was brought to my attention in a short notice. All of us farmers are hard working on our land, and it was brought to my attention that this plan was coming about in all the stakeholder meetings in a short term. I served a long time ago during the general plan on the commission for the Ag Advisory with Jack Babson and Bob Hansen, with two other known farmers, Larry Bellestro and Ron Lanza, as we crafted and worked hard on the tourism in the valley. When that came about and the new general plan came out, agriculture in the county never had a seat at the table. The Measure J and Measure T gave us a seat at the table to speak loud about agriculture, which is a viable entity in the county, what brings in a lot of money in tax dollars. To that, we came forth, that wasn't brought overnight, like compared to your short-term update and short-term meetings. Like Harry Engelbright, there's countless meetings at Solano Community College, and I think it was over a year time that we collaborated and came out of it was the Susan Valley specific plan. To my knowledge now, without the collaboration of the stakeholders and what's taken off in Susan Valley with the tourism, the ag, with the wineries, when I go by Mancus Corner and see a lot of citizens that are from the urban town of Fairfield, Vacaville, and surrounding areas participating, enjoying the restaurants, the wine in our valley, it was brought over time and hard work. I feel that you should go back to the drawing board and look at a different alternative forth and bring the stakeholders of Susan Valley in there. For one of the destinations, and also too, I used to live proud when all we had and wrote on our address was Susan Valley. I had to put Fairfield on there. But we are Susan Valley, an agricultural entity. And I strongly say you should go back to the drawing board and have stronger collaboration from the ag community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Chris, followed by Jeannie Flores.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Chris Angle. I live at 3750 Thomason Lane, which is south of I-80 and south of Cordelia Road in Suisun Valley. And I'm requesting that you postpone voting on these three alternatives, come up with a fourth alternative. One of the major themes that was brought out in the community outreach that was done was don't pave under prime ag land. And yet every one of these alternatives does that to some greater or lesser extent. As somebody who's lived out there for 33 years, I also question whether there was adequate consideration given to the flooding that occurs there on a fairly regular basis. I've lived out there for over 33 years, and my house has been surrounded by floodwaters in 95, 97, 2006, and twice in 2017, the last time of which water came into the house, and I spent 6 months having to repair my house. In 2019, water again came over the levee, and as recently as this Sunday, with the rains and everything that we had, it broke over the levee again. In fact, in the flood of 2017, one of our neighbors, he had his house flooded, and he had no flood insurance because the FEMA maps at the time did not show that area to be in a flood zone, which was really kind of news to us given the flooding, the regular flooding that we had experienced. So overall, we don't feel that the process has been transparent. Many of us, including our county supervisor, didn't know that our lands were slated for development up until a couple of weeks ago. We feel that this has been sprung upon us, and that's been rushed through without our input. Many of the families have been living in that area for decades. My family and the Ericksons, who you'll hear from later, have been neighbors for over 100 years. And when we look at these three alternatives, what we see is essentially an eviction notice telling us to get out. We would like the opportunity to engage with everybody and try to come up with a fourth alternative that will allow us to provide the needs, developmental needs that Fairfield has without paving under the ag land. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Jeannie Flores, followed by Roger Merrill. Thank you. Up next is Roger, and that'll be followed by Jill Strickland.
That you yield it to me? Good evening. Whoever didn't get to finish. Good evening. I had prepared remarks, but there's a lot of comments that I was going to make that have been made, and I'm going to try and not repeat them. So I'm Roger Merrill. I'm a resident of Green Valley, the unincorporated part of Green Valley. My email address is Fairfield. I've lived here for about 15 years. I'm on the board of directors of the Green Valley Landowners Association. So I'm pretty involved in a lot of issues that are countywide, et cetera, and have been for years. there are many objectionable aspects of this plan and alternatives, and I've read it all, cover to cover, as did others, and we've talked quite a bit about it. I could focus on many issues, but from Green Valley's point of view, one of the most serious issues is the potential traffic impacts. The congestion implications of any of these plans are major gridlock for everybody. There are people spending a half an hour just getting through the intersection at Business Center Drive and Green Valley during commutes in the morning. So when I think about bumper-to-bumper traffic on Rockville Road and Sioux Valley Parkway, my mind is boggled, okay? I'd like to divert from my prepared remarks to comment. When I was a boy, my father bought a boat that was built in Suisun City, and so we came up here. I grew up in Berkeley. And we purchased this boat that it was a used boat. But it's a beautiful boat, and there used to be a big boat works out here, and I asked him about this area, because I'd never seen this much farmland and beautiful scenery, and he said, someday this will be really important. It always has been. It was in the, in the 49ers and supporting Vacaville is because it was the meat supplier for all of what was going on in the gold mining and all that. And the state capital used to be Benicia. I mean, this is an important area, but in many respects, it's been betwixt and between. It's not Sacramento, it's not Core Bay area. I moved here after 27 years of living in Menlo Park. And this is a gorgeous area. It has enormous potential, which is one reason I moved here. I was a very entrepreneurial guy. And I said, boy, this has possibilities. But the key is shoring up Vallejo and making something brilliantly significant about Fairfield. And that is not expanding out into Suisun Valley and taking over prime farmland. It's doing a better job of downtown. I only have 20 seconds. I got some yield time from her. But I was downtown the other night. My wife said, this place is dead. It's Saturday night, and there's nobody here. You go to downtown Napa, or you go to downtown San Jose, you go to other place, it's popping. Young people are excited to be there. You go J Street in Sacramento, it's popping. We have to focus on that. So infill is way more important than expansion. We have to turn ourselves into something that's not just a bedroom community for Walnut Creek and Concord and Vallejo and Sacramento. People live here, but they don't work here. That's a real challenge. So, the last thing I would say is...
Sir, your 3 minutes are up.
A lot of people said that this was a result of decision makers. I don't know who those decision makers are, but they aren't the constituents. They aren't the people impacted by these plans. So please reconsider and delay all of these plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll have Jill Strickland, and that's followed by, forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, Craig Rutherford.
You got it right. He's related to me. Good evening. Thank you for your time here this evening. We appreciate you lending an open ear and an open mind and heart to the comments that we're making. I'd like to just say amen to all of the words that have been said tonight. I also would love to see Suisun Valley preserved, and I think that you can preserve Suisun Valley and accomplish the growth that you're looking for in Fairfield. I'm a 52-year resident of Suisun Valley. Anytime people come to visit or just in discussion, I hear the words over and over again that Suisun Valley is the best thing going in this area. And I think if you rush forward with plans that aren't thought out well and do a big development out there, it's going to be just a big loss and a big shame. Suisun Valley, as we've heard, serves important needs in the community with agritourism and farming. You cannot replace good soil. It is where nature puts it. And so I think it's really critical, as we heard earlier about our food supply, that we do preserve that carefully. Another important resource is water. We've been living through a time of climate change, and we don't have the water, the rainfall that we used to have on a consistent basis. We're on a well, and I haven't tested my well, but I can see the stress in the trees in the valley. And for the first time in my 52 years there, our local walnut trees on Morrison Lane do not have net crop this year, and I suspect that that's a sign that our table has dropped. I heard from the 2050 people that Lake Berryessa is a great water source, and we are fortunate to have that, but we could overtax it, and that could be problematic. We're seeing that all over California, that the reservoirs are critically low, and what happens if we run out of water? Big problem, right? Kind of the flip side of the water with this storm that we just had this last weekend, the flooding that can happen out on Cordelia Road and Tomlinson Lane. Cragen will be up next. The house that he and my daughter-in-law bought just a few years ago had, probably over a foot of water going through their house in the 2017 flood. That whole lane where you're proposing either a train station or industrial or medium density housing goes well underwater when there's storms, and I think that would be a really hard thing to mitigate. I only have 9 seconds left, so I won't overdo, but thank you for your consideration. I just think there's no need to rush. Let's take our time and get this done right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Cragen, followed by Jim DeClos.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your time. And yes, Cragen is the correct pronunciation. I live in the city limits, as my stepmom had mentioned. I live on Thomason Lane in Fairfield. She mentioned the flooding and stuff, so I won't kind of beat a dead horse, but I'm sure you'll hear about that later. And you also heard from Chris, who's also a resident there. I personally, and as we heard from lots of people tonight, am against the rezoning of agriculture land in the valley. I propose that we could do more building near the mall for high density housing and again preserve the ag land. I'm also concerned about the appearance of the roads around us, North and West Texas. The appearance of those roads is horrendous, and I'm not understanding why we are trying to build more instead of correcting the issues that we do have. That land has already been established here, and I shudder to think that the land around my house is going to one day look like the land on North Texas and West Texas and the surrounding area there around the mall. Just garbage, crime, and everything that goes on around there. I'm also, what I haven't heard and what I'd like to bring up is the misleading term of agrihood that's placed in there. I don't understand that. It makes no sense to me. To me, again, it's so misleading, because if you're going to put a garden in the neighborhood and call it agrihood, that's not agriculture at all. So, again, if we could be more precise on the term agrihood, or maybe rename what agrihood actually means. And then again, I believe houses in the heart of Fairfield around the mall are going to be more affordable than houses out in the valley when you build them there. We've heard that many times here tonight as well. I just want to thank you for hearing all of our concerns, and that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Jim, followed by Esther Pryor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I've been a Fairfield resident for over 30 years. I've given my professional life to this community, to this county, and to this region. I wanted to recount when I first moved here that I was teaching biology at UC Santa Cruz as a lecturer, and I drove past a sign that said Solano College. And I said, oh, there's an opening there. I read that in the Chronicle of Higher Ed. And so I turned off, and it was a Friday afternoon, and the sun was going down, and swallows were in the air. It's a beautiful college. But what sold me on the area was I drove down Sassoon Valley Road, and it was so beautiful, I said, I'm going to apply to this college, and I'm going to get this job. And and I've been there for 30 years and started biotechnology, et cetera. And it's been a fantastic career. It's been a great community for me. I am so proud to be a part of this community. If you heard everyone here, Everyone communicated so clearly, they're so articulate, they're so passionate about our community. And what you're hearing is the same message. Don't touch Sassoon Valley. It's always been, since I've been here, Sassoon Valley, sacred isn't the right word, but it's been untouchable. This is our community. So alternative 1, I've renamed the sprawly alternative. Alternative 2, the less sprawly alternative. Alternative 3, ugh. And what the heck is an agri-hood anyway? Oh, what everyone is asking for is an alternative 4 that looks at many of the elements that are in here. Revitalization of downtown, revitalization of North Texas, the train station within the city limits. Alternative 4 should be, what does the city look like if we have no annexation? And that, it's not a no project required by CEQA, but it is a legitimate question. And again, there's a lot of passion in this room. I don't want to go through the growth wars of the 90s again. If you remember, we put up an initiative, and then developers put up 2 initiatives, and we put up another initiative. Going after Sassoon Valley, I think, is a declaration of war on the community. And that's a strong word. But that is going to trigger activism, the likes of which you haven't seen before. Leave Sassoon Valley alone, and we want an alternative that tries to use planning, and you have to be much more clever to plan with infill, but uses planning within the city limits. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Esther, followed by John Stockton.
Good evening. My name is Esther Pryor, and I came to live in Fairfield in 1990. During the 1970s and 80s, I lived in Concord, Danville, and Walnut Creek. I unfortunately saw the orchards that stretched along Ignacio Valley Road uprooted and replaced with housing, with business complexes and strip malls. Much the same for Treat Boulevard, which was once dotted with small farms and agriculture land. Now, Ignacio Valley Road is a mega-lane boulevard clogged with motorists, and Treat Boulevard is a raceway for residents rushing to the freeway to commute to jobs in other cities. Because of my experiences, I have grave concerns about the 3 alternatives proposed for the Fairfield Forward General Plan update. Specifically because these alternatives do not prioritize protection of agricultural land, and specifically the Sassoon Valley. In the staff report, and I paraphrase, the preferred plan does not have to be one of the alternative scenarios. It can consist of the most desirable characteristics of the different alternatives. The preferred plan should have no expansion of the city of Fairfield and future urban development on agricultural land. Additionally, and most specifically, the preferred plan must reject the proposal of development of land north of I-80 to Rockville Road and the agricultural land south of I-80. This would preserve the philosophy of the voter-approved urban limit line. This approach would also be consistent with the priorities expressed through the city's outreach process and the Vision and Guiding Principles report. The preferred plan needs to emphasize a compact development form and use infill with the development of underutilized and vacant lots within current residential areas of the city. I am asking the Commission to direct staff to prepare a preferred plan that incorporates agricultural land protection, specifically Sassoon Valley, and the use of city infill with transit-oriented development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have John, followed by Leslie Batson.
Good evening, Commissioners. I understand the difficult time that you are facing with any planning process. I'm the son of a immigrant father who was the Planning Commission chairman for 12 years in the city of Fresno, and I got the enjoyment of discussing his agendas every couple of weeks over a dinner table. So I know the stress that accompanies your voluntary positions. The reason I'm here today, though, it really is because I was an educator for 43 years, and I was actually the chief operations officer for the construction of Rodriguez High School. We moved from Fresno 21 years ago this Halloween. We closed our house in Lower Green Valley, and I learned much about the educational programs in the district and the interest that people had in education. I ended up my career as the superintendent of the Acalanes Union High School District, which encompasses Moraga, Orinda, Lafayette, and most of Walnut Creek. And then I spent 3 years consulting with school boards and district superintendents regarding issues such as we face here tonight. My concern is that there's very little mention of the public education process in this plan. There's sort of assumption that schools will be there no matter what happens. Well, there should be a little more planning than that, in that there are what's called generation rates or formulas that tell you how many students are going to be generated by whether it be an apartment complex, a large housing complex, or any other facility that houses individuals. And it tells you how many students it generates. And oftentimes you see that schools in a community are overcrowded because that's not taken into account. All you had to do is be around Nelda Monday Elementary this afternoon at about 2 o'clock and to see the cars lined up for a block and a half around the school at just one of their pickup times. So I would appreciate that more concern is shown in this planning stage in coordination with the school district to see where their needs are going to be in the future, and also understand that school districts don't have the finances just out of the blue build a school. So if something is going to be constructed, there needs to be an educational plan that attaches to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Leslie, followed by Jack Batson.
Good evening. I've lived in Fairfield since '73, and one of the things I did in this community is I served as an archivist. And an archivist, which is a pronunciation that's correct, and probably none of you have heard it, but it's someone who takes care of records. And one of the principles in archival work is making records accessible. I worked in a government archive, and a critical role of mine was to ensure transparency, public access to records. And one of the things that I've observed in this whole process of devising a new general plan is the lack of transparency. The fact that everything was conducted behind closed doors until citizens protested to the city council and said, we should be able to witness the discussions. We should be able to see what the issues are that are being discussed and not wait until the plans are in place and then suddenly the public gets to respond to it. Well, the city council relinquished control over this citizens committee and the direction that they were giving to this committee, and did allow the doors to open, but of course they were only doors that were accessed by Zoom. So I want to talk about the 42 people who went to the workshop and the 400 who submitted surveys, and talk about something that happened in 2003, which is when there was a loud public voice through the ballot box.
This was when, and I'm going to reveal my secret vote. I voted yes to an urban limit line. And this was largely to protect Sassoon Valley. In Japan, there's a concept called borrowed landscape. Mount Fuji is borrowed landscape that everybody in view of it enjoys. And Sassoon Valley, though not part of Fairfield, is our borrowed landscape. It adds to the quality of our lives. There were citizens who went to the city council and asked them that prior to the expiration of this urban limit line, to please put it back on the ballot so citizens could once again have a say. The city council said no. Why? Why did they say no? They said, oh, we won't annex anything until after the general plan, the next general plan. Well, now we see what the general plan is. And it's all about annexation. Let's listen to the people who in 2003 greatly outnumbered the 42 and the 400 who gave input to these plans.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, listen to them. They're a strong voice and they're coming back.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Jack, followed by Victoria Erickson.
Thank you. Hello, Planning Commission, Jack Batson, former City Council. What's this annexation business all about? Let me help you break it down. Influential individuals who have tried for years to permit housing in Sassoon Valley have hatched yet another plan to do so. This is the third time in my memory. Money never sleeps. This time they have a growth-oriented city council to appreciate their plans. One such proponent sat recently on the Planning Commission. These folks are on close terms with many of the city council members. The occasion of a new general plan is a fabulous opportunity to advance plans to crack the valley open for residential development under the guise of good planning. But it's not good planning. It goes against 45 years of good planning for the valley, during which the people of Fairfield have considered the valley a jewel in the whole area's crown. But like so many of Fairfield's previous annexations, enormous amounts of money are to be made. Private profit. That's the reason why you're seeing this here today. Private profit enabled by public planning. It's ugly. This is the third incident of annexation of farmland into Fairfield that I know of. The first, Cordelia, blessed us with a permanent problem, a sprawling, barbell-shaped city. And make no mistake, thickening the bar between the bells by annexing land there won't fix the problem. The same roads will be used. The same distances will be involved. Connectivity is a sham. The second annexation is Gold Ridge on Peabody Road. The third is this one. Enormous sums will be involved. Other than private profit, there was never a city need to do any of these annexations. Today's to meet our growth projections is also a sham. City growth projections are only that, projections used for good planning. They are not goals. We will meet those projections without all this. Annexations simply mean that our population at build-out will be larger. Is that Fairfield's goal? Population growth for the sake of population growth? I hope not. And we've sprawled quite enough already. Here's another sham you're being asked to believe. Agri-hoods. Every knowledgeable person knows that farmers and urban dwellers don't mix very well. See what happens when a 15-mile-per-hour tractor or harvester is followed by 15 cars that are late to work or late to school. And won't it be lovely when the city gets complaint calls about equipment moving about at 2 a.m. harvesting grapes?
I'm sorry.
Or when
your time is
urbanites,
up.
yeah, just one more sentence, I think. When urbanites smell malathion spray at 6 a.m., agri-hoods are a sham too. I urge you not to be a party of this shameful, shocking scheme. Stand up to staff pressure. Insist on a fourth alternative without annexations of prime agricultural land in Suisun Valley for private gain. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Victoria, followed by Marilyn Farley.
Hello, my name's Victoria Erickson, and I am married to a longtime farmer that has been here for going on to our fourth generation. And the reason I'm here is I am going to reiterate a letter that was written to you all, or written to a Solano Ag Advisory by Lisa Howard. This plan is to annex additional lands into the city that include large portions of land within Suisun Valley. There are other good ideas to the plan, like updating the use of Solano Mall and downtown Fairfield and areas along Texas Street. However, the move to rezone ag land is absurd. The prime ag land in question is both north and south of I-80. There are 3 alternatives being proposed. All 3 have land south of I-80, most of all open ag, proposed as industrial. This would be the area around the historic Erickson Ranch, us, and the new Cordelia Winery near Budweiser Factory. All 3 of the proposals have some of the land north of I-80 along Rockville Road proposed as either industrial, houses, or a combination of both. This includes the area between Suisun Valley Road and Abernathy south of Rockville all the way to I-80, hundreds of acres. This is terrible news, and we need to speak up as a committee. The other thing I would like to say is I can't appreciate what everybody here has said tonight, because it reflects everything we think. And I'm gonna, a small thing here, my son Ross, and I have concerns, and our concerns stem directly from the advancement of the Fairfield Forward 2050 plan and the alternatives that appear to annex and rezone all of the agricultural and land south of Rockville Road, including both of our family's pieces of property, should the plan move forward. If you haven't done, and that's a question, the answer from Matt was, if you haven't done so already, I would suggest you send a letter to the city with your concerns about our future plans that the city has for your property. Our property is still deeply involved in ag business, as my parents still run their fruit preserve business here, and I am in the startup phase of my cidery from the apples grown on our orchards. So I just want you to listen, please, and I agree with that picture up there in that corner. You must look at ag. You must not encroach on it, because you have people that have been here forever, generations. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have Marilyn, followed by Steve Terbrink, sorry.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'm Marilyn Farley, a former member of the Fairfield City Council and the retired Executive Director of the Solano Land Trust. For many years, I also worked as a city employee in charge of housing, community development, the commercial rehabilitation, and the residential rehab program. So I'm deeply invested in the community, in the city of Fairfield, and in everything that concerns the city. As a city council member, I served on the Suisun Valley Fund that was created specifically by the city and Solano Irrigation District to help the farmers figure out how to thrive. And for 10 years, we put $100,000 each into the Suisun Valley Fund, the city and the Solano Irrigation District. And it went to creating organizations which could then use that money to figure out how to make the Suisun Valley thrive. And it has succeeded beyond anybody's wildest dreams. And I think that's what we need to do as a city. we need to take a step back and we need to start dreaming again. I worked for B. Gale Wilson, who was known as a visionary. And in the days when I came was 75. He lamented that there was no high-income housing and was very happy to push for Rancho Solano and other developments. And I think we have succeeded there too. Where we're not succeeding right now is in dealing with our affordability issues, in dealing with our center city. I recall San Francisco has about the same number of square miles as Fairfield, and yet it has 5 times the population. We are never going to be as dense as San Francisco, and I don't believe we want to be. But I think we have become not just a bedroom community, but a community that is suffering horribly because many of our residents have to go elsewhere for work. And if you look at this plan, it talks about a lot of industrial land. And they show already existing industrial land for development. And why? Because the staff says it's underutilized. So people want good jobs here. They don't want the warehouse jobs that the study says is where the demand lies. They want affordable housing, and it's not going to be built in the Sassoon Valley.
I'm sorry,
My
your
daughter
time
has.
is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. I think I really appreciate all the comments here tonight. They mirror many of my heartfelt thoughts and feelings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Steve, followed by Lisa Howard.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Steve Timbrink. I've been farming here in Sassoon Valley since '82. And I'm here on the behalf of the Sassoon Valley Vintners and Growers Association. The board of directors have a formal statement against all 3 proposed alternatives. Sassoon Valley Vintners and Growers Association Board of Directors rejects and is against any city annexation efforts inside Sassoon Valley. We encourage development to occur as infill within the city of Fairfield boundaries and outside of agricultural lands. Sassoon Valley is a thriving agricultural area experiencing its own growth. The land is needed for agriculture, and the Sassoon Valley Strategic Plan and Association zoning shall remain as is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have Lisa, followed by Terry Lucchini.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Howard, and I'm a proud graduate of Armio High School. I'm a proud patron of downtown Fairfield. My children have attended schools in the city of Fairfield. But when I saw these plans, the only words that can come to mind are shock, horror, frustration, insult. I couldn't believe that the city of Fairfield would have the guts to do this again. To come at Sassoon Valley with plans of houses along Rockville Road, with industrial on prime ag land. This is gold, people. Sassoon Valley soil is not just open space. It is soil you can't find in other parts of the world. You know what I teach my children? I teach my children that sometimes the right thing to do is not the easy thing to do. The easy thing to do right now is for the city of Fairfield to say, oh gosh, that flat land all along I-80 that isn't really being used to its full potential, let's expand there. That's the easy thing to do. Wave a bunch of money in front of ag, make them think that all these generations of previous farmers maybe had it wrong, that they should just sell out. That's the easy thing to do. That's what you all could be known for. The right thing to do is to put money in the city of Fairfield proper, to show the residents of this city that you care about where they live, not where future people might live, where they live. This outcry is because we are proud of our valley. Let your Fairfield residents be as proud as we are. Give them something to scream about, to be proud about, and to patronize. Focus on your city and leave Sassoon Valley to us, where we have a plan that we worked hard on, that we spent years on, not 2 weeks, not 6 months, years of fighting. When I was preparing for this meeting tonight, my daughter came up to me and said, "Mommy, where are you going?" And I told her, "You know where I'm going? I'm going where your grandma went, where I'm going, and where I hope you will go. And that's to protect this Sassoon Valley and protect your future. Don't take my daughter's future away. Show her that you have guts to stand up to the people that are behind this. Show her that you have guts to sharpen your pencil and come up with the right plan, a different plan."
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Please hold your applause. Up next, we have Terry, followed by Tim Maniki.
Good evening. I'd like to actually applaud the group for actually undertaking a general plan update. It's a hard thing to do, and it is necessary, but I think the real question is, we need more housing, but the question is where and how that happens. And I definitely think that the three alternatives that are presented is not the way to be doing that. I have worked in the Valley since 1997. One of my primary job duties since 1997 has become fuel load reduction. I'd like to talk about the 2 Fs. Those are fires and floods. So I was really super shocked when I actually looked at the plan and realized that some of the developments the areas that were looking to be changed would become residential developments, because as I mentioned, my primary job duties is 60% fuel reduction because houses have already encroached into the wildland urban interface. In 2017, that valley almost burnt down. And yet here we are tonight talking about potentially putting more houses in those areas. So I definitely want you guys to think about what that would look like. I specifically remember Marilyn Farley and Jack Batson actually with me on a field tour where the ARIA subdivision sits today. And I remember Marilyn looking at me saying, "How did we let this happen?" That was before the ARIA subdivision was built, and this is exactly what we're doing right now. Someone in 15 years is going to be saying, "How did we let this happen?" There was a report that was produced by Dr. Scott Stevens back in, I think, 2009. That report looked at the hill above the ARIA subdivision as well as the houses above Oakwood Drive. That report said that if that catches on fire, it will throw embers all the way to Costco. Yet we're looking at putting houses a stone's throw from those areas. More houses packed densely together. We already have limited ways for people to move in and out of those areas during high fire danger times, and yet here we are having those conversations. So I think it's really important. I absolutely agree that a general plan update is needed. There are parts of the alternatives that I think are viable, but I would strongly urge you to consider what you might be planning to do when you're talking about putting houses in those areas. It is a huge problem. Lastly, the other one is flood. You can stand on those hills and look down in that valley and you can see that's underwater. It is underwater. Specifically right now, we have 9 feet of water in a lake that was dry 3 days ago. And you're going to put houses in there. We have to recharge our groundwater. Where is that water going to go? It just gets lower and lower and lower, and the farmers out there in the valley have less and less water, and we're going to pack it up with houses. So I strongly encourage you to look for an alternative 4, please, for the sake of the public.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Tim, followed by Tina Terbrink.
Thank you, City Council.
I'm sorry, Linda Terbrink, sorry about that.
Tim Munike here. Wondering when it comes up so quickly, if the developer buried in the amendment some sort of Trojan horse where they don't actually take responsibility for their actions. And what I'm looking at is amended number 176, catch basins shall be spaced to collect and convey a 15-year storm, which is 50% more than the state minimum requirements of 10 years. However, the maximum spacing for the catch basin along the streets is 1,000 feet. Catch basins shall be spaced so that gutter runoff does not exceed 3 cubic feet per second. I looked up what a cubic foot is. 1 second of gutter water is about this much, right? Well, a cubic foot is 7.5 gallons. 3 cubic feet from here to the middle, that far apart, we're looking at 22 gallons of water across the street. And that's the standard that's going to be accepted on a 15-year, not a 100-year, 15-year. Is that are they taking responsibility? Is that what you want?
Excuse me, just a quick question. Are you speaking about the general plan or the next item?
2015, number 176, amendment, Plan A.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Linda, followed by Sean Favaro.
Linda Tembrink, Gordon Valley Road, Suisun Valley. I feel you're looking at 3 very expensive, flawed plans. Each one of them includes massive errors, includes massive omissions, ignorance, and puts the city in the path of some grave liabilities. And from those standpoints, you are obligated to reject them all. Suisun Valley is its own entity. It has its own ownership. And unfortunately, I think that Fairfield is constantly trying to have title to it, that Fairfield wants to be Suisun Valley. And this is one way they can accomplish this. It's a very scary thing to me that most people are not realizing the procedure, that this will not go to a public vote. There will not be a ballot on this. It's going to pass from the committee to you guys now. From here, it'll go to the city council. From the city council, it goes to the board of supervisor. From the board of supervisor, it goes to LAFCO. But at no point will the citizens of Suisun Valley doesn't get a vote at all. They're talking about our land, but we don't get a vote on it. But neither do the citizens of Fairfield. They are entrusting the people that they voted for to make the right decision. So many good things have been said. A lot of emotional things have been said. You must reject all 3 of these plans and come up with an alternative that infills Fairfield. The omissions of Cement Hill, what about all the other part of Cement Hill? That all got looked over. None of that's in any of the 3 plans. And like my daughter said, invest your money on your own people. We need, you guys look like you need growth. We're in the business of growing. That's our business. We need additional land to grow our businesses too. So you might be looking at things that are empty now, but we need that for our futures also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Sean, followed by Ian Anderson.
Sean Favero, I'm here for the Solano County Farm Bureau.
And long story short, obviously we're for the vitality of farming in Solano County, and specifically prime farmland. With that, we would ask that before any decisions are made or anything moves forward, that you do reach out to some of the agricultural groups and communities within the county, and specifically within Suisun Valley, for input and maybe some direction as far as what would be a good direction to take. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Ian, followed by Tracy Ellison.
Thank you. My name is Ian Anderson. I do not live in the city of Fairfield. I've spent my 65 years farming in the Rio Vista area of Montezuma Hills, raised sheep and livestock. Why do you need to listen to me? You don't have to. I think what you guys are doing on your evening time is really important. Planning for our future is extremely important. You're one to take the time. You're one that's taken the time to listen to this united community, which is really impressive. So I try to put one more aspect into this. I've devoted my time in the past to Solano County Farm Bureau, and the last 20 years in the Solano Land Trust. And we see things come across our table that are important. One of the important things to me is valuing ag land. Your neighboring cities, the city of Dixon, the city of Vacaville, have mitigation for when you do make the important decision to remove land. I'm not aware, but the staff could be able to tell you whether the city of Fairfield has mitigation for loss of ag land. The Solano County General Plan also has, when you take ag land, you mitigate to try to protect something else. We don't get our ag land back. Suisun Valley is here to tell you that. They need an infinite amount to keep the infrastructure going. There has to be some acres to do it, and if you keep dragging your way further into it, there's not enough left to keep it viable. It's true in Solano County. There's the thought of our individual cities that are separate. I go to the Bay Area, I don't know what city I'm in. I'm in Solano County, I know what city I'm in. What county I'm in, and I know each city is individual. Please consider trying to keep your cities separate, a little bit of community buffer, that's kind of a priority of mine, but I think the citizens in this county and in the cities would also agree. And then look into whether you have a mitigation plan for when you do take that important step. And I don't support taking out the Suisun Valley. I really came here because when I was young, I don't know, there might be a few people in this room going to the glass offs. When I was young, that's where we got all your fruit. And then later years, I would go to the Timbrex to get the world's best fruit, stone fruit. You'd never get anything better. And then just last week from the Erickson Ranch, I got some of their hard cider. I needed it a couple nights ago. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we'll have Tracy, followed by Dwayne Crom.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Tracy Ellison. I am a resident of Rio Vista. I have lived in Solano County for almost 22 years, and I could never match the passion that you've heard tonight from the local landowners. These are generational farmers. I don't know how long you guys have lived here, and we may not learn that, but they've lived here for generation upon generation. And when Lisa said she was shocked, the lady was shocked because she has fought along with her family and her fellow landowners to farm and to become farmers. I worked for the Suisun Valley Fund as a consultant, the fund that they speak about, and I was an agricultural liaison trying to help bring together that community. And there was a point where I didn't think we were going to see the next generation come back. And we were wrong. We've seen those generations come back, and they are farmers and they're entrepreneurs, and they're trying to do the best work that they can do to provide a quality of life for their family, their community, and their local community. So again, I work with Solano Land Trust, and I just wanted to ask that the plan possibly include some figures. The state of California has a climate action plan that the governor has put forth, and the state of California's Strategic Growth Council actually doubled their funding for outreach, education, and projects to $780 million that a community like yours could reach out to the state of California about. The work that I do is to preserve agricultural land, to preserve that prime soil that we're talking about. And to date, Solano Land Trust has had the opportunity to acquire grants in the range of $8.4 million to preserve agricultural land in this county. So with that, I just want to say that my job does depend on ag, and so does the food in your refrigerator.
Thank you for your comment. Up next, we have Dwayne.
Thank you all. This is a daunting evening for you. You've lots of speakers and lots of information. So Dwayne Crom, live in Fairfield, long time, former Solano County Supervisor, representing most of Fairfield. And I've been through heavy-duty 2 general plan processes. I first got engaged in land use planning and activism in the Fairfield Vision 2020 process, the last general plan that was done. And I served in that for probably 3 years on two different task forces, open space and the general one. And the vast difference between that plan, and then I'm going to use also the county's Measure T, the Measure T general plan update that went to the ballot, also took a couple of years. The difference between those processes and what we've seen from this process is this incredible lack of transparency that's been done this way. It's a very consultant and staff-driven process. The other ones had numerous, scores, maybe hundreds of citizens meetings that were all public, all open, heavily engaged, and having people like you've heard from tonight come as local experts to talk about their community and what's important to them. It's just not been a good process, but we are where we're at, and I don't think we're going to start over. But we do urge you to do the alternative 4 option. And finally, you guys are incredible. Whoa, I have never seen such a turnout of unanimity on a topic and an issue. It's just unbelievable, the passion, the articulateness, but your work, no matter what happens here tonight, your work is not done. Because there will be, no matter what happens tonight, there will be a meeting next Tuesday right here with the City Council. Please come back, bring more of your friends, just overwhelm this. I mean, it's overwhelming tonight. It can be even stronger. We all know what the community wants, and it's not what's in these plans. So thank you, guys, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any speakers via Zoom?
Yes, we do. First up, we have Winona Victory. I'm going to allow her to talk. Winona, if you can hear me, you have 3 minutes.
I'm going to pass. I've heard enough. It's really been an excellent presentation. So I don't think I need to comment further. I live in Green Valley. I've been here 29 years, and I support saving Sassoon Valley. It's why I moved here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Bonnie Hamilton. Bonnie, I'm allowing you to talk. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Commission members, staff, and fellow Fairfield citizens. My name is Dr. Bonnie Hamilton. I have lived and practiced medicine in Fairfield for over 20 years. I serve on the Solano County Medical Society and the Board of Sustainable Solano. I also lead a Solano Climate Policy Action Team, which is part of the Climate Reality Project. I have a vision for Fairfield. Imagine a vibrant city center with bustling cafes and restaurants, people of all ages and all kinds congregating, living buildings with rooftop gardens, where our citizens live nearby, can walk safely, and can hop on a light rail train to take them from the west end of Texas Street to the far north end, where our shops and stores are revitalized with the hustle and bustle of new beginnings, where our city center is walkable, breathable, and livable with lots of shade structures in the form of trees and solar structures, and has drinking water dispensing stations, a city full of food forests and other foliage to attract pollinators, and where gray water is captured, where the heart of Fairfield becomes the soul of Fairfield. Our first priority should be to consider the impacts on our climate, on our health, and to guarantee that we and future generations have clean air, water, food, soil, transportation, and clean energy, a priority which guarantees a thriving earth with thriving people upon it. Our city needs to be self-powered with solar and have battery backup instead of dirty diesel generators to provide energy security, independence, and resiliency. We need an infrastructure that allows for more electrification, such as electric vehicle charging stations. And we need to preserve and protect our green spaces, including our city borders, and support agriculture, agritourism, and toward reward regenerative farming practices. We need to build more affordable multi-unit housing in central Fairfield, near the heart of Fairfield, and ensure easy access to clean transportation. We need to attract green industry, tech industry, and research. Our strategies to address climate change should be done simultaneously, as we need all of them, and there are many more we need to do. Instead of trying to drive forward while looking in the rear view mirror, we need to look ahead to the future, which is clean and green, not only for ourselves, but especially for our children and grandchildren. My vision for Fairfield is a fourth alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carmen Gray. Carmen, if you can hear me, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks again, everyone, for coming in and just talking a little bit about how they feel. My husband and I also live right on Sassoon Valley Road above the college. We moved here because we absolutely loved the agricultural land. We love driving down, going, wow, we live in one of the most beautiful areas in the United States. Now, that being said, it doesn't mean that, the city planners have some good ideas, but I certainly do believe that we need a fourth option. When you take a look at any very popular city, and we'll use San Francisco as an example, you've got different areas. You've got Embarcadero, Chinatown, all different types of areas, and that's what Fairfield is really known for. Fairfield is known for its downtown historical center, where you've got thriving restaurants that we're trying to grow. You've got Fairfield known as another district for its Sassoon Valley wine country, where people come and drink wine and enjoy the beautiful agricultural scenery. You've also got Green Valley, where people come to play golf. You've got Paradise Valley, another district where people go and play golf. There's different areas that people need to enjoy. You cannot take everything all in one. When it comes to agrihood, the people that are going to be living in the city are the people that need to enjoy the city and then come to wine country. There's still going to be an agrihood feel, but it's not going to be taking over the actual agricultural land. Once that happens, it's not going to be the Fairfield and the Sassoon Valley that everybody has known. This is the place where we want to put all our money into taking care of the homeless, making sure that's cleared up, safety. People do not come to Fairfield to shop or eat very much yet. The reason being is because they're scared. There's not enough safety aspect there. We want people to come to downtown Fairfield, eat at the restaurants, go shopping, go live downtown, live upstairs, like maybe Santana Row has done a very good job with that. But don't take away that agricultural space at Sassoon Valley, which is a very special spot. And those that are voting for this, let's make sure that people that are voting from people that are living in the areas. Anybody outside of the Fairfield city or county district should not have vote on this. And that's all I have to say. And I just thank you everyone this evening for being here.
Thank you, Carmen. Before I bring in the next person, I'd like to remind people watching on Zoom, if you're a phone caller, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Next up, we have Bob Berman. Bob should be coming in soon. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, this is Bob Berman. I guess since everybody has said how long they've lived around here, I have lived in Solano County for more than 40 years. First as a resident of Fairfield, and now as a resident of Benicia. I did submit a written comment letter to the Planning Commission, and I hope you all have had the opportunity to review it. I don't want to go through that again, and I just want to say that I have been so impressed with all the great comments that people have provided tonight. I've attended lots of public hearings in more than 40 years, And I've been so impressed with what has occurred tonight. And I certainly believe that the commissioners would take to heart what has been said. Let me just say a couple of minor things, a couple of things I did mention in my letter. I do note that the visioning and guiding principles, one of the principles is preserve Fairfield's natural agriculture and open space surroundings, which contribute to its visual identity, biodiversity, and economic strength. I don't think any of the three alternatives meets that principle. I also want to note that I was sorely disappointed that in the description or the comparison of the three alternatives, the three main areas of comparison were traffic impacts, infrastructure impacts, and fiscal impacts. And much to my dismay, there is simply no discussion of impacts to agricultural land in this comparison of alternatives. So as others have stated, I certainly do support the preparation of a fourth alternative. I think that fourth alternative can incorporate many of the innovative ideas expressed in the three alternatives: transit-oriented development, North Texas Street development, Solano Town Center transformation, walkable, bike-friendly neighborhoods. But the principle, the main principle behind that fourth alternative should be protection of agricultural land, both north and south of Interstate 80. This would mean no urban development to the land between Interstate 80 and Rockville Road, and no urban development on agricultural land south of Interstate 80. As I mentioned in my letter, and I'll close with saying, the saying of the American Farmland Trust is, no farms, no food. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Next up, we have Akon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the time today. I think everybody that has commented, they're speaking from the heart because they know how important this region, the Suisun Valley region, is to them and to their families. I'm a former principal, vice principal, educator, and we moved to the area because it really spoke to us. I have roots in farming as I grew up in the Yuba Sutter area. And this community is amazing. The people are welcoming. There's diversity with farmers and everybody that lives there. And so many great points were raised, and I'm not gonna go over all those same points again, but I just do wanna say that this feels rushed. It feels not as well thought out as it needs to be for a region that's as golden as we have. We need to spend a lot more time figuring out how we can grow within the city of Fairfield, and how we can look at the development and the revitalization of downtown and all the areas that are in the interior of Fairfield before we start spreading out and trying to take prime farmland to develop more housing or other industrial type buildings. It's a mistake. We have a very special region here and we really need to be thoughtful about how we're gonna grow. And I agree with the speakers, a fourth option needs to be looked at. And what are we rushing for? Why are we rushing to do this? This is not something that we need to have in place, and it should have some kind of a timeline that we're trying to follow. This region is a special region. I love what some of the speakers said about how, this is sustainability. We have to look at our food production. We have to look at how we're growing based on climate change and all those other things. These are all factors that we have to consider. So people who are coming in and speaking about this, they're educated, they have a vested interest in the community, and their voices should be heard, just like the voices of the farmers and people who live there and people who are part of this community. They need to have a voice. And if they're not even at the table, they're not even able to vote on these things, how can we say that they have a voice? We're not being transparent. We need to really rethink what we're doing here, and this shouldn't be rushed. So, me and my wife, my kids, we love the area. We oppose the development that's been proposed. And what we propose is that there should be a fourth option. It should be well thought out. And, please reconsider that piece. And, let's work together. Let's put transparency first. And that should be the first thing is that transparency piece where everybody's at the table, people, residents, farmers, everybody who lives in that region, they should have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have a K. Patrice Williams. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner, staff, and fellow members of the community. My name is Kate Patrice Williams. I'm a Fairfield resident. I'm a business owner and community organizer. I live in Cordelia, and my son recently graduated from Rodriguez High School. I'll be 81 in 30 years and plan on sitting on a beach in my bikini and drinking Mai Tais. But I'm really proud today to be able to dream big for my son, my grandchildren, in fact, all of our children and grandchildren who will be living in the city of Fairfield in 30 years. This general plan matters. We have to get it right. It's obvious that we have not gotten it right. We have to make sure that ag thrives. And to wipe out ag land is, disrespectful. I'm not even going to comment on the ag hood. The lack of thoughtful terminology is not acceptable. But we must make sure that jobs and opportunities thrive and that we house our population. This means affordable housing. Like others, I get nervous when I see rushed community input. Community feedback that would be missed if we're so busy in our lives that we missed commenting during the last 2 or 3 weeks. You commissioners have gotten powerful and compelling feedback tonight. The Sassoon Valley community has spoken, and a new option needs to be rolled out. And yes, we need to plan for transit, multi-housing, jobs, knowledge centers, all great concepts. But we have to protect our ag farmland. And we have to do a better job touching each area of the shareholders in all the areas for Fairfield to weigh in. I'm also, third, extremely concerned about the infrastructure needs that need to be budgeted and supported to match any new options. Water, sewer, roads, all need to be considered. So my ask is that another option be created that takes in consideration of all the feedback, even that has been given tonight. My second ask to extend the comment time to include more feedback. There are over 120,000 Fairfield residents. 400 survey respondents is a good start, but not hardly large enough. And my third ask is that infrastructure be considered. My name is Kay Patrice Williams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, before I introduce the next speaker, just to remind people on Zoom, use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Next up, we have a phone number ending in 839, the 707 number. Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead, 707.
Did you call my name?
Yes.
Yes, this is Bob Panzer. I'm a Solano County resident, been so since 1967. I am in general agreement with the description of public input on pages 8 and 9 of the staff report. Fairfield does lack a cohesive identity. More affordable rental family housing on infill development would address this problem. Single-family residences are expensive, requiring more land use and continuing a pattern of income inequity. Preservation of agriculture and land within and adjacent to the city limits is one of the primary attractions of the city. Public transit should include a light rail system connecting North and West Texas streets and completion of the linear trail. The existence of homelessness is not adequately addressed, and any plan should include comprehensive social and mental health services to families, including vocational and alcohol drug treatment programs. The increased sense of community safety would result in reducing crime and law enforcement demands. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our last Zoom commenter at this time.
Thank you. At this time, we have one speaker that was missed earlier, so we will call to the podium Ross Erickson.
You guys are a tough act to follow, by the way. I'm right on the tail end. Just a couple of quick comments. I'm here to represent my family, Ray and Vicki Erickson. I'll be the fourth generation farmer in Suisun Valley in the southern end that would be affected by all this proposed development. We're here obviously to support preservation of ag land. Not just ag land, it's prime ag land. And I don't know if it's been made very clear tonight, but they don't make more land, obviously. And this is prime ag land. This isn't grazing land. This isn't just open space like everybody's been saying. It needs to be preserved. Suisun Valley, if we look back, agriculture is the reason that this region became world renowned in the first place. I mean, it's the production of all the fruits and nuts and everything all the way dating back in the 1800s. Obviously, we have more population now. We need more growth. We need development. I understand that. But Suisun Valley is tiny. It's 10,000 acres, some odd. I'm not sure the exact number. But if you get rid of the ag land, it goes away forever. My family, like I said, has been there for over 100 years. I represent all the other small farmers in the area. We're a dying population. There's not many of us left. With that being said, there is a new generation of us coming up. I'm a small business owner. My parents are here. Lisa and Cliff Howard, the Ten Brinks, all the wine makers and growers in the area. I mean, it's becoming another world-renowned area for wine. It needs to be preserved, absolutely. Another quick thing to say, I'm not really sure, you had 400 entries into the survey. Not really sure why teens were such a big portion of that number. I understand kids are our future. I have one at home and two on the way. I'm going to do everything I can to preserve my way of life for them, which this plan tries to take away, but that didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I don't think any other people either. In the workshop meeting that I attended a couple weeks ago, ag was one of the main bullet points. How do we incorporate ag into this plan? Everybody is in agreement with that. A lot of the stakeholders are as well, but this plan didn't have any option for it. And AgriHood, we've talked about it many times tonight. It makes no viable sense financially, economically for any farmers in the area, for anybody in agriculture whatsoever. We need a new plan. It is a floodplain as well. I won't touch too much on that, but my neighbor Chris, he said it really well himself. Every 10 years we have a big rain event. If you look at Suisun Valley, all the water pools right down into our property area, which is south of the truck scales, which is proposed development. You would need to turn Suisun Creek into effectively the new Los Angeles River with huge concrete levees and everything to stop the flooding. In closing, we need everybody, every one of you on the commission to listen to what everybody said, take it into account, put yourself in our shoes, and afford us the opportunity to develop a fourth alternative that creates a viable, permanent future for agriculture in the area.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, would the staff like to respond to any of the issues raised by the speakers?
Yes, and I'll respond to just a few items. I think many of the topics that have been discussed as staff and consultants lead you through a discussion of the alternatives and solicit your feedback. We'll have a chance to talk more about some of the issues that have been raised here, but I do want to talk about a few things. So separate from the idea of which alternative you may like, whether or not you want other alternatives, things like that, we did hear a number of issues that were raised tonight, whether it was impacts on farmers and incompatibility between urban development and farmland, traffic, need for schools, flooding, wildfire impacts. All of these are issues that will come up really with any alternative that's picked. Some different alternatives may have greater levels of issues than others, but there will be issues from any choice that you make, any guidance that you give tonight. There will be issues that need to be addressed. Tonight, we're really not focused on solving the issues. We certainly want to hear what people are concerned about and what some of those issues are. But at this point, as was mentioned, we're really at the 10,000-foot level, identifying a broad pattern of development and areas of focus for our upcoming general plan. The next phase, we'll start looking at, as we prepare that preferred plan and into the next phase after that of actually preparing the document, we'll be working to identify what are the actual issues of that preferred plan and what are policies and solutions that we can put in place with the general plan so that as the city's vision for growth and development and change occurs, we know what the issues are and we have policies and guidance for how we approach those issues. So I do want to just caution, as you think about the alternatives, I wouldn't get too hung up on what specific impacts are, but more what is the vision that you think is right, listening to obviously to the comments, but also to your own thoughts. But realize that we will address those issues once we know what that preferred plan is. That'll get baked into the document. Essentially, it's key to the policy component of that is working to identify those issues and to solve them. I do want to talk things like schools, fire service, things like that. Although the city doesn't control provision of schools, one of the things that the general plan can do is identify potential locations for where new schools could occur. We would work to identify, well, what are the needs for new schools and where are the options for providing them? Those are the kinds of things that you lay out in a general plan. Let's see, two other comments I heard, or there was a question about whether or not the city has a mitigation program for impacts to agriculture, and we actually do. A number of years ago, the city adopted a farmland mitigation program that requires that for land that is identified, the state identifies on a map prime farmland. For impacts to prime farmland at the time, I'm going to say this was close to 20 years ago, a fee of $11,000 per acre, plus or minus, somewhere in that range. Now, it is not necessarily to acquire the farmland, but you can acquire easements. I think we had representatives here who've worked for the Solano Land Trust. One of the things that the Land Trust does, and the city works with the Land Trust, is to acquire easements over farmland. Easements are certainly less expensive than acquiring it outright. Whether or not 11,000 is the right number today to preserve essentially the farming ability on that property and preventing it from being developed, is that enough? I don't know. But one of the things that we can do is relook at that mitigation fee and see, is it enough? So the simple answer to the question, and I'm not going to get too deep into it, is yes, we do have an agricultural mitigation fee in place for the city. The other thing I did want to comment on, there was comments about keeping cities separate. And coming out of previous visions for general plans, the city has worked with the other cities and the county to identify what we call greenbelt areas. And so there are agreements between the city of Vacaville, Solano County, and Fairfield to ensure that those two cities don't grow together. And we've identified a swath of essentially open space and farmland that is to remain open space and farmland to keep those cities together. Similarly, there's another greenbelt area that's been identified to separate Vallejo, Benicia, and Fairfield, what we call the Tri-City and County open space area. So these are, this is where we hear issues for the general plan, and we build that in, and then we implement those solutions. So with that, those are some of the things that I wasn't sure that were necessarily going to get addressed as we talk about the alternatives, and I wanted to respond to that here. But with that, I think a lot of the discussion will come up as we walk you through your comments on the alternatives. Madam Chair?
Thank you. So I will now officially close the public comment period. Staff and consultants are going to facilitate our discussion regarding the alternatives. Before I turn it back to them, do any of the members of the commission have questions?
Before I give really further comments, I did have one question, just because I heard a little bit of it, but I wasn't real clear. And perhaps amongst yourselves, you can designate somebody who can really clarify this for us. What is prime ag land versus ag land?
Can I answer that?
I mean that sincerely, because I want to know like what the significant difference is of the two.
So I don't know if you ever looked at the story.
Can you come up and speak with us? That way we can have it on record in here.
So there's actually a publication, and it describes the soils, and there's these different classes, class 1, there's class 2, there's class 3, and the stories index can go anywhere from 17 to 100. 100 would be the prime perfect soil that you can just about grow anything. And if you look at the soils map, that area there is YSSR, that's all class 1 soil. It doesn't get any better. The stories index is 90 to 100. It's the best soil in the world. And that's why we call it prime. I mean, pasture land or other things, I mean, that's less fertile, but this ground is very, drains well, it's very deep. You can grow anything in it, and really good quality produce. Our produce is grown, is taken from that same area that's being farmed right now, which we deliver to some of the finest restaurants in San Francisco and Napa. It is high quality produce, and so there is a difference. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've seen the maps. I just wanted to know what the definition was, because it doesn't give us the definition on the map. It shows us what it is, but hold on, the definition is really clear to me, because I wanted to know if there was a legal technical definition of what prime ag is versus regular ag, because that would be, I think, a heavy weighted, for me anyway, part of the decision process. I can read that to you. For me, he satisfied me perfectly fine. I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, just first wanted to thank everybody who took the survey, attended tonight, and as well as the community workshops. Spending the last few hours with us is much appreciated. We got a lot of input and a lot of feedback, and I think, I hope that whatever goes forward takes into account the comments, especially what we've got through the survey and this evening. A lot of thoughtful and passionate comments. And growing up, someone that grew up in Susan Valley, I went to Susan Valley Elementary School, lived near Larry's Produce growing up, and had a great childhood out there. So I definitely understand where people are coming. Also, I went to Solon College. So thanks for your comments. I know that we have a lot of work to do, and we're going to go through this piece by piece. But I did want to thank everybody for their comments, and I really hope that we can incorporate those going forward.
Acting Chair, I would like to know if we can have a 2-minute recess prior to the consultant conducting the next session. And I too want to echo what Commissioner Smith said about the input and the comments from the resident. I only wish there was residents from all of the city of Fairfield here this evening. Thank you.
I have a question that has more to do with clarity, because I heard some comments in regards to a vote. Just to be clear, we are not voting on anything tonight. This is a study session, correct?
That's correct. You're simply providing your input, which will be shared with the City Council, who will have a similar session next Tuesday, where we will then look to get their input.
And the input that we provide here tonight, is it a possibility of it being provided as a different alternative or added into the alternatives that are already presented?
Yeah, and I may look to Allison to respond to that, whether a new alternative or simply feedback on we'd like the final alternative to not include something or the other.
Thank you.
Yes, so Dave is right. This process of determining which concepts are moving forward also applies to concepts you don't want to see moved forward. So in effect, the preferred plan would be this fourth alternative if there are concepts that people have spoken about that you do not want to see move forward. Does that clarify?
Yes, and I have one more question since you're already at the microphone. I think for the sake of the folks that took their time to show up and on Zoom, could you please explain to us what brought us to the discussion of the annex? Because it is my understanding that the purpose of this is to bring about some more cohesiveness between Fairfield and Sassoon and Cordelia or whatnot. So if you can explain that a little bit, how we arrived at even this discussion.
Yeah, and I'll let city staff add on to any comments that I have, but we did receive direction from decision makers at the June 16th meeting to explore different options for connecting Fairfield, physical land use concepts that the city could carry forward. And the new neighborhoods, it would be a bicycle and pedestrian friendly neighborhood, and the agri-hood concept that we've put forward did attempt to create some type of balance between housing and agriculture. So these options were directed, and we did explore them. And I lost my train of thought. Dave, anything to add?
No, I think you've summarized it fine. At the study session, it was a joint meeting of the Planning Commission. I know not all of you were on the Planning Commission at that time. It was prior to several of you being appointed, multiple of you being appointed, joint meeting of the Planning Commission and City Council, and the direction was very clear coming out of that. The desire was to have a general plan that did provide that better physical connection. Rather than just a several 100-foot wide cherry stem along a railroad track that kept Cordelia and the central part of Fairfield very separate. The desire was to better connect those. So that's the background.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Do any other members have any questions before we move on? Commissioners? Okay.
One question.
Okay, go ahead.
I think one of the speakers did mention ADUs, and I know we've also had a lot of legislation coming from the state. I think SB 9, SB 10 are a couple of the housing zoning related laws. Are those something are those gonna be included in the projections at some point further down the line? Because I know we've got to have some idea of how many ADUs the city is expecting, and as well as how many single family residences are going to be turned into, duplexes or fourplexes based on the recent legislation at the state level.
Yeah, I think we can add projections into the overall totals of the ADU of what we expect. Some of it will be based on what we've been seeing. There's certainly been an uptick. I will say the number, while much bigger than it was 10 years ago, is still not a very large number in any particular year. It's a question of how many people want to be a landlord on their property. So there are certainly some. Whether it's a large-scale solution to the problem, probably not. Every little bit helps, and we can certainly include in the projections reasonable estimates of ADU development over the coming 30 years.
ADU's accessory dwelling unit.
Oh, yeah. There was a question. What is an ADU? An accessory dwelling unit, a second unit, a granny unit. Different terms have been used for it historically. But think of it as a smaller unit on your existing single-family property. State law and city regulations have been loosened quite a bit over the last 5 years to make it much easier for anyone who has a single house on their property to add at least one, and in some cases multiple houses on their properties.
Are there any further questions?
Acting Chair Evans, I did have a request of the 2-minute recess prior to engaging in the consultant session.
We'll take a 5-minute recess before we engage. Thank you so much. We'll see you all back in 5 minutes. We now want to call this meeting back to order, please. Thank you for keeping us moving so efficient tonight, everyone. I will now turn it back to staff and our consultants to facilitate the Planning Commission's feedback on the alternatives.
Great, thank you so much. So as I mentioned before, the objective here tonight is to hear your thoughts, your input as they relate to these 9 concepts, and then we can do a little summary at the end. But the way that I've structured these slides are they provide what is presented in each of the 3 alternatives. I have a slide on what is there now and what the existing general plan currently has, as well as a summary of community input. So just to go back to this, the Cordelia Junction, our alternatives, alternative 1 creates a knowledge hub. There is medium and high density residential for college students and other community members. There is a jobs area that focuses more on medical and office and research and development type jobs. Alternative 2 is more of a jobs corridor throughout the entire business center drive, and that focuses more on, you know, all the uses that I described, plus advanced manufacturing and other flexible office type jobs. And then alternative 3 creates a mixed-use center with a mixed-use node along Pittman, around the college, and then an industrial area along Business Center Drive. So what's there now is a mix of office and industrial land uses. And then the existing general plan paints a swath of highway and regional commercial, as well as business and industrial park along Business Center Drive. And what we heard in the survey is that 34% of our respondents preferred the neighborhood center option, that is alternative 3. There were some other comments on agricultural preservation, but this question is more about what's happening along Business Center Drive and Pittman Road. Our GPAC members at their meeting indicated a slight preference for a jobs corridor. At the workshop, we heard a combination of a preference for mixed-use nodes like alternative 3 and also for the jobs corridor. Both of those options ranked more highly than alternative 1, the knowledge hub. Our property owners that I spoke with, their general property areas are shown in the red numbers. Our property owner number 1 had an interest in medium or high density residential, but was open to exploring other types of housing options, including senior housing. Our property owner shown with number 2 was interested in medium or high density residential, but also some small commercial component, and then high density over to the right where Cordelia Way Station is. So with that, I will turn back to our 3 alternatives, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But if maybe we could just all go along and say what our preference is, what our thoughts are, and we will pass these along to City Council.
Just a quick comment. I think on the Pittman area, I think, well, first I'll step back. So part of my concern is that, you know, there are some elements that I think people like about possibly some of the different options. But, you know, when you're taking the survey as sort of you're kind of a package deal. So I think it's good that we're having this conversation to be able to kind of discuss with more granularity of what specifically the commission feels is good to move forward and maybe things that may not. But I guess I'll say when I first saw this, I thought the park, you know, if that side of the freeway had a park similar to Rockville, I think that would be a really great thing for the community. I know that the idea is kind of packaging that with housing and mixed uses, you know, and that might be the next slide, but you know, the idea of the park I do like, and I think maintaining the industrial zoning on Pittman, I think the people in that neighborhood generally, and they came out to the last meeting too, and I think people are generally not wanting more residential in that area. I think Cordelia has taken a lot of the new housing, the growth in the city, and I think that we do have to start focusing more on the city core and improve the areas that have more room for improvement, I think, than just kind of building out, but being very careful when we do that. So I think those are my main comments there for these alternatives.
I want to start by just kind of clarifying something that came up quite a little bit as a joke. Agrihood, there is such a thing. It's in Davis, probably the verticultural capital of the world, outside of France. But they have a place called the Cannery. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, but I'll just read a little snippet of what it is. At the Cannery, the entire cycle of life, from raising food to raising families, revolves around the one healthy place. The first fresh, green community bordered by its own farm, the Cannery is rooted in the most up-to-date neighborhood and environmental thinking housing available. Yet it is down to earth and friendly with parks, paths, stores, and plazas that make life easier, healthier, sustainable, and comfortable. And it's an entire development around a farm. that all of the neighborhood, when they buy into, commits to working the farm, providing money for the farm, and using the sustainable food and stuff that they get from that farm in order to farm to fork, farm to table environment. And it's a thriving community that is doing extraordinarily well, and it's a great example of what an agrihood would be, that borders using agricultural area to bring in people who want to experience that kind of life. And I'm not by any means suggesting that that's what we do in Sassoon Valley, but I do see that that's an option we should look at in other areas. And one of the things I would suggest that the city really focus on is understanding the borders, because I think that's what's really critical, right? I mean, I wished there were 100 people here tonight screaming about how awesome Fairfield City is and the things we need to do downtown when we worked so hard on the Heart of Fairfield plan that still has, barely done anything yet. And there's a good plan about building and developing the city of Fairfield in place with the Heart of Fairfield, which takes care of a lot of infrastructure, which is what we need to do, is fill in where we have those voids, right? But we're never gonna get rid of the border road that separates the city and the county. That's always gonna be there, right? So how do we smart think growth from the border across each side, right? So that we're doing things like agri-hoods on the border in Fairfield City, but not taking the precious prime ag land that exists out there to create communities and congestion. That doesn't make sense to me. But when I look at this Cordelia Junction area, an agrihood makes a little more sense to me. Like, I could see that bridging the gap, because when you go out in that area, it's high fast food junction, which is a blight for the Green Valley Cordelia area. There's the Mountain View community over there, which is just this small little compacted single home, postage stamp community that was beautiful when they built it, but has slowly gone downhill because nobody really wants to live a block away from a McDonald's all day long. And that's all that's out there. And then you've got agricultural farmland, old houses, Thompson's Corner, and that whole area. So there's room to grow and develop out in there and do it smartly, where it might be incorporating, I think, ag land versus, an agrihood. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I think that that's actually a smart way of looking at how to bridge gaps in areas that would improve the area, because I don't see vineyards going in right there. I don't. And God bless Erickson's. I love your farm. It's a spectacular place. Taking my kids there for years. And I don't want to see any encroachment on that either, because I think that's a precious place. I mean, I'm going to get on a little bandwagon here. But I moved here in 1996. I was born in Los Angeles, right? Now, in Los Angeles is the definition of sprawl, right? I mean, you can drive for miles and not even see a park, right? You might see a basketball hoop, but you won't see a park. Right? You certainly don't see rock-filled trails. You don't see the precious land we have here. I worked in the entertainment industry and used to travel up here to San Francisco and drive from San Francisco to Sacramento for shows. And we would jokingly drive by Green Valley and say, that's the Truman neighborhood. Because all that was there was this little tiny subdivision and a Costco. Right? And then when I moved here, I lived in that subdivision. And I loved it. But what I hated is when you went to Costco, like, you can't go to Costco and not spend $300, right? So if you just want milk, this is pre-Safeway days, right? You go to Costco, you got to spend $300. You can't even get milk. So, Green Valley has kind of gotten out of control and growing, but I just remember, like, when we would go to Napa, when we didn't live here, that was like a special place. You could go to Napa 20, 25 years ago and drive around, hit wineries, do $5 tastings, explore the community, go up valley, and just really live that Napa lifestyle, right? I had no idea Sassoon Valley and Green Valley offered that at that time, right? So as I moved here and lived here and found that, now I turn everybody I know onto that, because that really is a precious gem that we have that we need to do what we can to protect and keep growing. But with the city bordering that area, we need to be smart about it, just as Napa was, right? I mean, I don't know how many of you remember downtown Napa 25 years ago, but it was not a fun place to be, right? But now it's a very thriving place to be, because the city of Napa has started to learn how to bring its infrastructure, grow and develop inside of Napa, and take the wealth and experience and joy that they get from the valley and bring it back home into the city. And that's where we need to find a way to bridge the gap, is make the city of Fairfield a better place for people to come downtown, come eat, come dine, come shop, find places. Sassoon Business Center Drive should be loaded with an outdoor pavilion where people can come and hang out and experience the outdoors, but also do some, shopping without having it, giant buildings everywhere and all commercialized and nowhere to go out. And I think that's where we're missing the point on this plan, is there are plenty of opportunities to grow out in Cement Hill, there's plenty of opportunities to grow up Texas, there's plenty of neighborhoods all over the city of Fairfield where we can go in, redevelop, and bring in, again, focusing a lot on the Heart of Fairfield plan, which I think was a home run as far as how we look at what we do in the heart of Fairfield downtown, and we're not there. And why does Vacaville have that? Why does Walnut Creek have that? Why does Napa have that? Why does Davis have that? And why does Fairfield not? We're not going to change the transient aspect. We're not going to change the fact that people are going to come here, work in Napa, and live here. They're going to live here and go to Walnut Creek. They're going to live here and go into the city. We just need to make the environment here exciting enough for them to spend their money here, so that we can recoup that money and develop it into the city that we all want it to be. All right, I'm done with my little tangent.
Right, and if I could please ask that commissioners say which alternative resembles what they envision most closely, plus, your other ideas or comments, that would be a big help as well. So Commissioner McDonald, are you saying perhaps alternative 3, but with an agri-hood, or?
I think in particular with the Cordelia Junction area here, again, I would love to see like an agri-hood there. That's what I would like to see. I think that makes the most sense. I do feel like we have a battle between the fact that we have a 680 and I-80 corridor, which serves lots of communities throughout not only the Bay Area, but as an expressway through the rest of the world. And we have to be respectful of that and mindful of that, and know that that's a tremendous amount of opportunity for us to continue to build on industrial, warehousing, and transportation needs. And I don't want to ignore that either, because I think that's a tremendous opportunity to bring wealth into the city of Fairfield. So I can see, further out on Cordelia area where we've got a lot of that industrial side going, that expansion should continue.
Okay, and then Commissioner Smith, I just wanted to pose the same question to you. I know you mentioned industrial along Pittman, but any thoughts or input on the area around Business Center Drive, either jobs and housing? And I did want to clarify too that the alternative 3 concept is about adding increased population in order to support more commercial uses and more services and more amenities that we did hear from people that they do want.
Sure. Yeah, I guess to be more clear, I'll just say that I don't favor more housing at Cordelia Junction. I think that Cordelia has absorbed a lot of the growth of Fairfield, and I think we have to provide something for people to go to that other than just kind of go to sleep. The other side of Cordelia, the Cordelia Junction does have some restaurants, and there's, Slanted Tree, 260, there's a few, not just fast food, but there are some restaurant options there now, which I think the neighborhood enjoys. But the other side of Fairfield, there's a gas station, right? There's nothing really over there for the people that, they can't walk to get a coffee, or, it's very limited. So I think that the housing, I think we should be very careful before adding more housing in that area. I think we need a little more balance on providing some jobs and some businesses. So I guess if I had to pick, I would pick 2, but I would call it more of alternative 4 with keeping the park and a limited business industrial presence.
Great. And by park, you mean Nelson Hill down to the
yeah,
sorry,
I think
I'll
that's
point with my
generally.
mouse.
I think that could
This
be a
area.
promising. I'd like to know more about it, but I think that
Great.
that could be a good option.
Okay. Other commissioners?
Could you please differentiate again between alternative 2 and 3? Because I just heard you say that alternative 3 is more about growth, population growth to support more services. So can you give me just a punchline for alternative 2 as well?
Yeah, alternative 2 is a jobs corridor. These uses, research and development, office flex, and industrial, wouldn't have the residential growth like alternative 3 has.
Okay. These are very hard choices because I agree with Commissioner Smith that I think that there is a lot of growth in the Cordelia area already, and with that growth, there's traffic. And with that growth, those of us who have children in school over there, we all know, that the schools are impacted as well. But one of the commissioners said at our last meeting, roofs bring business. So it's not logical to think that we can keep growing business-wise and bring in jobs and we don't have the communities to support. But I am not sure that we are yet at the place where we've brought in enough to support what's already there. And that's my concern. So I guess I would lean towards alternative 3, but with, being very conservative with new neighborhoods and how we do that. There's a lot of things that Commissioner McDonald said that really sparked my interest, and in particular, doing some smart growth, like maybe the Cordelia Agri-Hood. My personal feeling about alternative 3 in any plan in Cordelia Junction, and this is not to offend anyone that lives there, we're all in this together. For me, Cordelia is very disjointed. When you go into a Cordelia, you don't know what it says to you. When I go into like Suisun Valley, like I get it. There's, the little corner stores and there's the wineries. It has a particular feel. I am looking for that particular feel in Cordelia Junction because I'm getting college over here where there's a bunch of fast food, but it doesn't really say college because then you just run into like a bunch of apartments. And then across from that, it's like you're getting industrial, but then we have hotels. And then it's like you go down the way and it's like, okay, so now we have stores, but it's really just like one plaza in a library. So I'm just looking for the story in Cordelia Junction and what I think we need to really look at that and say, get a better and more clear vision on where we're going with that. Like what we really want to see. What does this neighborhood speak to us if you're not from here and you go into Cordelia, like what does this say? And I think that there are a lot of places that have done a great job at that, and I'm sure we're next, especially with this planning commission. But when you go into Davis, there's different like bike statues and structures, and there's little pieces of art everywhere that tells you that we're all about like farming communities, we're about bike riding. It just tells a story. And I really need Cordelia to tell me a story, because when I go down the other section, what did they say? It was the Old Town place, I forgot, and it kind of reminds me of the Old West. Whatever the story is, I just need it to be more cohesive, and I need to see that in this plan. So I'm going to say that I lean towards alternative 3, because I would like to see maybe some more, let's play up the fact that this is, it offers a lot of open space, and it's a really beautiful area. So something like an agri-hood may work there because you have students. I think that we don't acknowledge the fact that we have a thriving community college in that area, and I think that we should have something in that plan, since we're talking about like mixed use and alternative 3, correct? Mm-hmm. Something in that mixed use plan has to talk about education. There are a lot of colleges and educational programs in Fairfield. A lot of students are coming here to transfer, and I'm not saying that we just have to make everything about the students, but what is it here for them? And we're right down the street from like UC Davis and Sac State. We need to play on that more. So I think maybe like an agri-hood would work there. I would like to see some more smart growth other than just saying mixed use. Like, is there something like better we can do other than just throwing up a store and putting like an apartment on top of it? I would like to see some different types of jobs that we can attract here, because right now we are a bedroom community for the most part because of the type of jobs that we have. So to be able to afford $2,500 a month for a 3-bedroom, you can't work in most of Fairfield. You're going to commute, which is going to make traffic, and it's a ripple effect. So with alternative 3, I think we should include in there, or at least start to discuss, what types of jobs possibly can we attract, and how do we do that? What types of mixed use, how creative can we get with that? And not just saying like, mixed use, like I said, another store, because I think that we do need to develop more for what's already there. And I think that we're not playing on some of Cordelia's strengths, like the open space, the students, even some of the recreational things that go on out there. So that's my 2 cents. But if you're going to ask me to lean somewhere, I'll lean towards alternative 3.
Just a quick comment. Yeah, I think as far as kind of the story, I think the housing part isn't really, I don't think I see the story involving community college students that don't live in the area and couldn't afford housing to really be part of the area, and more than maybe shopping in the area. I think there's plenty of places to go to lunch. If there's the park, maybe that's somewhere where if they have an hour or two, they can go take a walk in between classes. So I do think students play a part of it, but I don't see it being realistic that they're going to live in the area. I just think that if your students are going to community college, they're not likely to have the money to live in a home or apartment in Green Valley or Cordelia area. I just think that it's probably unrealistic for that part of it. Whereas I think if there's other parts of the plan that have development in West Texas and city core that I think are probably more likely to be affordable for people that are students. But let's give them let's give them some places to go nearby so they don't have to drive too far from the college. And I think Cordelia Junction, part of that story is that there are businesses there that can serve people that are traveling and serve the Solano Community College students. And I think at least I think that's probably telling the story is kind of do more of what's working there, but maybe not push so much of the housing, especially in the student housing plan. I don't think that's viable.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not going to add too much that has already been said. I am not necessarily in favor of expanding more into that Sassoon Valley area. So if I have to lean, it's going to be probably alternative 2, keeping in mind having more of the open space. Just from an outsider, when I first moved to Fairfield, thinking about Cordelia, to me, it looked like just pieces put together without collective thought. So I think being really intentional of what type of retail business and not just fast foods. So grateful for the other restaurant, I can't think of the name, that recently opened during the pandemic. 260, thank you, Commissioner. But really being intentional so that could be a hub. I think about where are the places I went through the pandemic, and unfortunately it wasn't Fairfield. And I should be able to stay in the city that I live in to go to those wonderful eateries and such. And so I think we need to really look at that. I'm not in favor of alternative 3 because of the additional housing in that area. So I guess if I have to choose, it's going to be alternative 2, but really being intentional with what kind of retail and job opportunities and how we can do. I know for alternative 1 has that knowledge hub, but we need to incorporate that as well. And I think one of the speakers mentioned not just warehouse jobs, because that's not going to be sustainable. We have resources here. We should be a tech center or solar center or something more innovative than just working in a warehouse, which is nothing wrong with that, but we need to have different type of job opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments before I move on to the next concept, which is?
Real quickly, just because I haven't really been a part of this process out
Sure.
on the inside, so I've studied a lot of this from the outside over the last 9 months being involved. But where does these specific 3 plans, who put those 3 together and decided that on the Cordelia Junction these would be the 3 choices?
So these alternatives were developed based on community input as part of Phase 1. There was a vision and guiding principles document produced. The alternatives were also produced from using decision maker input, community outreach in person. I can go back to our Phase 1.
I mean, I understand that, I guess. I guess what I'm saying is somebody correlated the responses to turn them into mixed-use housing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Office and retail develops south of I-80, mixed use adjacent to Solano College, right? But then down the road, they decided, well, agri-hood would be better in the I-80 north to Rockville Road. Like, who made those decisions?
So the planning staff and consultant staff that I'm a part of created these 3 alternatives.
Okay, and then are we free, Dave, maybe you can answer this. Are we free to just say that, just to say, I would prefer to have this use over here versus it being on this label?
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, that's the kind of feedback we are looking for, if that's your thoughts.
I just want to be clear, we're not forced to choose one of the three, you're just asking for us to tell you what we think we should go there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yep.
Sorry, I wanted to make a comment that I should have made prior to us starting this session. Can you confirm for the October 16th workshop how many people were in attendance? I do have a concern in general that we have a wonderful turnout tonight, and we had the October 16th workshop and 400 people doing the survey. It does seem like a very limited amount of community input. And I do remember workshops 1 and 2 in the beginning, but I just want to go on the record of saying that it does seem like we need more input from our citizens before making decisions. Thank you.
I guess all I would say to that too, just so you understand why I think we could spend the next 3 years doing surveys and we're never going to get a substantial amount of input, right? So at some point you have to say, that's the reason we're commissioners. That's the reason there's a council. It's the reason we're appointed and elected is to find ways to make decisions for the best interest of the city of Fairfield, right? We're not here to make an interest on the best interest of Sassoon Valley, but Sassoon Valley is in the best interest of Fairfield. Does that make sense? And so I think that we've spent 9 months on developing this information, and I think it's the saddest part about tonight is there isn't 100 people here from Fairfield saying, I live in Cordelia Junction. This is what we think collectively. This is what the 47 people from my neighborhood think should be doing, because we're just not going to get that. I mean, I've been on the commission for 8 years prior to this, and we never got that. The most we ever had here before was when we were dealing with Stone Dean, and so it's like, you at some point you just have to make a decision of what you think is best given what you know about the city of Fairfield, and thank you guys for being here and voicing your concerns, because that makes a big impact. It certainly does.
I just want to make one comment. I think under normal circumstances that would suffice, but I also think that we have been in a pandemic, and I think that plays an enormous amount of reasons why that people may not be participating. There's a lot of mental health issues going on in this city, jobs people have lost due to COVID, and so I think under these circumstances, yes, we can get input after input after input, and yes, as commissioners, we do need to make a decision. But I also think it's important under these circumstances that we've never lived through a pandemic before, that we need to make sure we go the extra effort to get input from not only, like you said, Sassoon Valley, but all of our residents of Fairfield.
Okay, so moving on to,
I just saw the slide about outreach activities, so just to put in a very brief comment about that. I just want to acknowledge that doing a general plan does cost money. Outreach costs money. I understand that. With that in mind, I do understand that we can't go around and around forever. My concern is when you are talking about doing something in a particular area and we don't have the input from the people that live in that area or that are going to be affected. I've had that happen in my neighborhood where they were doing some planning for the park, and I'm going like, how did I not I'm next door to the park. So I know that it happens, and it's difficult to reach everyone in the city, but I think if you're talking about something as huge as like annexing or, adding a whole new community, we have to at least make a huge effort to reach the people that are going to be affected by it. So I don't know about how the outreach happened in Sassoon Valley prior to the alternatives being presented, but I am concerned that so many people said that they didn't know about this. So I'm just hoping that moving forward, if we are looking at some alternatives or some plans that are going to greatly affect the people in a particular area, that we do some concentrated outreach in the area that's going to be affected so we can get input directly from them.
any other comments before I move back to the concepts? All right, so our next concept will be I-80 north to Rockville Road. So alternative 1 creates a new bikeable, walkable residential neighborhood. Alternative 2 leaves the area as is, and alternative 3 creates an agri-hood, which Commissioner McDonald had spoke about. I have, more information on that if it's of interest, but the idea behind alternative 1 is to also help connect Solano Community College and the Transportation Center with this linear park. The idea is that with residential development overlooking the linear park, it will feel safer. Alternative 3 intends to balance residential and agricultural uses and potentially become a community center in the middle of Cordelia and Central Fairfield, and provide that gateway to the Sassoon Valley. There's agriculture existing to the north. The existing general plan designates it as intensive agriculture. And then our public comment, 40% chose alternative 3, but 88 other comments, which represented, 22% of the other comments, did not want any development in Sassoon Valley. Most other comments on the survey overall related to preserving Sassoon Valley agriculture by keeping the current city limit lines and not allowing any development to occur, and protecting agriculture through land preservation and agritourism uses was the highest rated climate change strategy in the survey. At the workshop, there was a low level of support for the agri-hood concept and less for alternative 1, new neighborhoods. But there was some skepticism, but also some curiosity about what an agri-hood entailed. Our GPAC was divided. Some of our members did not want to see any expansion, but others thought that an agri-hood with an educational component that might be able to link to Solano Community College, some type of viticulture program, things like that, could be a unifying center. And then 2 of the property owners that I spoke with, they were not farmers, but one on the other side of Rockville Road here, the number 1, they were potentially open to annexation for services, wastewater, water, but they desired to learn more about the timeline for which that would happen and indicated a preference for a noise-compatible land use type. Our property owner over here, number 2, was interested in annexation as well for services, and discussed potentially a hotel or agriculturally oriented commercial, a service station, or continued institutional use, which is not, I think he said that they had to do a conditional permit for that. So going back to our 3 options here, commissioners, could you please indicate your preference or other input on what should happen here?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I prefer maintaining the area as part of the county and not annexing into the city. I think that, when I've heard city leaders talk about different things of what brings people to Fairfield, and I think, I think the top 2 that I've heard is keep Travis Air Force Base, don't do anything that's going to disrupt Travis Air Force Base, because that's one of the key economic drivers of the county or, the region. Especially the city, and then Sassoon Valley, or generally, preserving the ag land, because I think that there's a lot economically and also just aesthetically. There's, it's a beautiful area. It produces a lot of quality produce, and just as Travis is a jobs, it provides a lot of jobs for the area and a lot of economic development. So I think those 2 things, I think we should be very careful to disrupt, and so I do, to keep it short and sweet, I think we should preserve the ag land there and maintain the status quo.
I'm in favor of alternative 2, of leaving that area, but I would be interested in knowing from the farmers and also from the educators at Solano Community College if there could be some type of innovative program that the farmers and the college could work together to develop to keep this information and this generational farming going and expand it with more of our citizens and our youth, our high school students or middle school students. What could that look like similarly to what they have at UC Davis, and how we can take advantage and work together?
Yeah, I would just echo the sentiments of the fellow commissioners that this is Solano County, it's Sassoon Valley. There's plenty of associations, farmers groups, and growers and so forth out there that I think can handle designating what they want to do out there. I think the only thing out of anything that even makes sense there is if Solano Community College were to extend an agricultural program that included leasing, using, in cooperation with the farmers, land adjacent to it, where they could do what Davis does in a way, and that would grow our agriculture. I'm hugely in favor of agro-tourism, but I think the Sassoon Valley has a good control on that right now, and I think we just keep letting them do what they do, and we're gonna wake up in 20, 30 years from now and have a pretty spectacular place out there. So 2.
I'm in favor of alternative 2 as well, because while I must say this, I am repeatedly hearing, to me, there's an overall message of saying, let's just shift everything to Fairfield. It is unrealistic to think that we are going to be able to handle everything just between West Texas and North Texas. I get that we need infill. I get that that's our more urban area. Everybody's saying, don't touch my stuff. And I've been hearing that for the last 2 weeks, and I get it, but I think that we do have to look at smart ways to do it that bring cohesion, maybe not a lot of traffic. I am for alternative 2 because I think right now, and I think even in the years coming, we don't yet have a clear picture of how we can better connect Fairfield to the Sassoon Valley. But I will say personally, I grew up in Vallejo, came to Fairfield a lot because, Fairfield just had a lot to offer. So I was out here a lot, and when I found out about Sassoon Valley, it was by accident. There was not a lot of signage. There was not a lot of publicity saying we have wineries here. And I think a lot of people find it by accident when you're talking about agritourism. How do we make that? There was a gentleman earlier who said our downtown should be popping. How do we make our agritourism a little more popping? Because when you look at Napa, or is it in some other areas like Santa Rosa, they have, it's also a wedding destination. It's a wedding destination. They have a lot of, places there that do not disturb the farming and the beauty of the land, but it brings people in, if nothing else, but to throw a bridal shower and, enjoy the wine. And that's what I would like to see, some kind of cohesiveness between Fairfield helping to bring more agritourism to Sassoon Valley and helping to bring more jobs to Cordelia and just improving it in that manner. Maybe not so much putting a house there to prove that, we're all connected. That may not be the answer, but I really want to make clear at some point people are going to have to think outside of the box because we can't infill everything just in Fairfield. That's just not realistic. And as the commissioner said last week, if we don't at some point have enough roofs, we will not be able to attract more businesses. And that's just how it is. And also if everything, and I am definitely not against affordable housing, I'm for balance, and that is in everything, because there are also certain types of businesses and entities that you cannot attract with a certain median income. So we have to think broadly, because it's not just, this general plan is not just about one area, it's about a big picture. And it's extremely complicated to break it down into bite-sized pieces. No one's gonna like everything, but hopefully everybody has input, so everyone will like at least something. But if I have to choose right now, I'll say alternative 2, because I don't think that we are ready to touch anything about Sassoon Valley yet.
Any other comments on I-80 North to Rockville Road? Okay, so our next concept is to the south, I-80 South to the Sassoon Marsh. So our three alternatives, alternative 1 would extend industrial uses all the way to the west to Nelson Hill. Alternative 2 creates a transit-oriented neighborhood with a new proposed envisioned train station at Cordelia. And then alternative 3 would keep some agricultural land north of Cordelia Road, but extend some industrial land westward. And existing land uses, it's agricultural now. There's a winery and processing facility here in the purple. The existing general plan says that this is an intensive agricultural area. Same type of comments from the survey and for workshop participants. Our GPAC was in agreement that development south of I-80 could take some of the pressure off north of I-80, where the larger contiguous Sassoon Valley lies. For the property owners that I spoke with, number 1 had a preference for the area to remain agricultural or open space with support for agritourism, but perhaps a live-work community. The second property owner was open to annexation, and their ranked preference was for specialized research and industrial, second, industrial agricultural, and third, the transit-oriented neighborhood in alternative 2. I'm happy to take questions, or commissioners, if you have thoughts on what should happen in this area south of I-80.
So just for a better map definition, because I'm trying to orient myself through that drive out there, when you're going out that backside road of Cordelia Road and coming out to Pennsylvania, and there's all that new industrial building and everything out there, is this that area? So this is before that, right?
It's before that.
It's
That's
before
to the-
that, right?
to the right
It's
side
closer
of
to
this
where
map.
Erickson Ranch is and where that winery's going and so forth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
So, no, I mean, I just want to be clear, because I want to make sure that we're all seeing what is supposed to be there.
Yep, so this overall map can show you, here's my cursor's on industrial here.
Right.
Transit-oriented development right here.
Yeah.
Agricultural and industrial here.
Can you go back to the 3 options?
Yep.
Yeah, and to provide some clarity, the the black line that runs north-south is Hale Ranch Road. So just to the right side of that line, up towards the top, is where the brewery is.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in favor of alternative 2, or 1, really. I think if I chose 1, it would be finding a way to, again, mesh that agro-hood at best, or, continuing. I think we have to push our industrial out there where it is already and keep growing that way. And, I mean, because I don't know enough to know whether or not we can really build on that farmland greater than it already is. And I just don't know, right? I have all the confidence in the world in Sassoon Valley and what's happening out there. I live, eat, and breathe and see that on a daily basis. So I kind of, my finger's on the pulse out there. That area, when I drive out there, it just looks like there's not much of anything going on. I appreciate Erickson's farm because it's a great little quaint place to go to. And I'd hate for it to get smothered by a jungle of concrete buildings by any means. But that is an ideal space for growth. It's just figuring out what really works there. And if it's residential, I think it needs to be very low density, where you're looking at even estate style type of homes or something that's more in the using the land and meshing with agricultural or something of that nature, because right now it just doesn't seem like there's much of anything going on out that area until you hit the industrial side. Then it's all this growth and opportunity that is catering and serving a lot to the wine industry now. So we're kind of becoming a secondary source for Napa to source its bottling, corking, and all those things that are taking hold out there. So if you force me to a decision, it would be 3.
Okay, but noted about the agri-hood and,
Yeah.
yeah, got it. Other commissioners?
Yeah, I would say I'm strongly against alternative 2 for the same reasons as Commissioner McDonald, as far as, I think that's a lot to put there. And I think generally this is the other side of the coin for the portion just left of this. I kind of see it as relatively similar. My statements are pretty much the same. I think the current zoning, I think, is sufficient. I don't think we needed to do this. I think there's other areas that we'll get to. So don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think this is the third of 9 different parts that we're going to talk about. And I think, a lot of the people here tonight have spoken about some of the issues, but I think flooding was mentioned, that I don't think that would be a good area for mixed use for a host of reasons. But yeah, I guess I'll just keep it to that. I don't have a preference. I don't have a preference as far as choosing one. I just strongly disapprove of an alternative 2.
This one's challenging for me. I'm looking for an alternative 4 here.
And you can say, if there's a different option, you're welcome to voice that.
I like what my colleague Commissioner McDonald was saying of some type of agro-hood or agro-tourism. But frankly, I don't see any affinity for any of these 3 alternatives.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, can I again just ask a clarifying question here?
Sure.
Is that property currently county property that we would be annexing, or is it already city property?
The whole focus of this area is all currently unincorporated.
It's unincorporated,
It's
so
in
we'd
the
be
county,
annexing
not
that
in the
land
city.
in, right?
So this would be a proposal, or not a proposal, but, well, I guess a proposal, over the next 30 years at some point
Right.
that the city would like to see.
And I think part of the
that
problem
annexed.
is there's
Yes.
probably not enough density of owners and people who have a say in that area right now, because it is kind of just vacant in a lot of ways, so I don't know. That's a tough thing, because I also agree with our Commissioner Evans that we got to find places to assist in the growth, because growth is going to happen. People are going to come here, people are going to have kids, they're going to grow up, they're going to need houses, they're going to need places to go, parks to walk in, and businesses, and we got to facilitate that over the next 30 years, so.
Yeah, and I should add on that comment, one of the things that we did hear along the way is that we are running out of space for job-producing land, industrial development, things like that. And so part of the concept with several of these alternatives was to create an area that we could expand our job creation here in the city.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Of course, to echo some of my colleagues up here, growth is inevitable, but I think we, as the Planning Commission and ultimately City Council, are going to have to decide where it makes the most sense. And, we have Middle Green Valley coming. There's thousands of units in the pipeline right now. And so I honestly, I'm a little shocked that the alternative 1 didn't have anything in the city core whatsoever. It was all expansion and not try to build up the core of the city and make that better and focus on where we can make adjustments to find affordable housing or to get more retail or whatnot. And so alternative 1 in general, I really don't like anything about that one in particular, but I do think with some of the projects in the pipeline, whether it be Middle Green Valley or the train specific plan, if we may get to that tonight, but I know we're going to talk about that at some point. And then, one like this, thousands of units that are that are already have been decided that are going to happen. And so, don't want to seem like we're against growth altogether. I think for the most part, I think we've been in favor of a lot of the development. I think but when we're thinking of the general plan in the next 30 years, I think we really have to prioritize where we want that. And I think that the community is going to continue to come out and give more comments on that. I think we need to listen to them.
I just want to rescind my number 3. I'm probably leaning a little more on 2, just because I think I just want to avoid the concrete buildings, the big giant industrial warehouse buildings that go up, and when we start putting industrial in, and that really borders an area that could thrive as a community, could thrive with a park, could thrive as an area that people would like to visit and live and thrive and grow and experience more dining and more opportunities. And I think we have a responsibility to respond to places like 260, the Slanted Tree, and restaurants that are going into a fast food off-ramp for the longest time, and support them and give them an infrastructure of housing and development and community that can also support that and more growth in that way as well. So that area might make sense for that. And I think that the two, an Erickson's Farm, for example, could coexist as long as we didn't infringe on their property.
I'm still staring. I'm not seeing a great alternative for me here either. As I'm going to echo one of the commissioners earlier and say I'd like to see another alternative, because just looking at all of that, the gray in alternative 1, I'm not a fan of that. I think alternative 2 is a bit much. I think I would like to see another option presented that's a little more balanced, that's not so heavy industrial, that's not so, it's just needs some more balance there. I'm sorry, I don't have more, but I'm not a big fan of any of them.
And also, since we're still just in this area before we move to other areas of the city, I think one thing that really needs to be addressed here that we're limited, but there's some plan in place, is right now the biggest traffic problem we have in the city is Green Valley, Cordelia, and that Pittman Road area. And it's because we don't have on-ramps going westbound outside of just that Green Valley on-ramp. And so everybody has to pile into that corner coming from all corners of that area to get on that freeway going that way, which is a major percentage of ownership of people who live in those areas. And so I've been saying this for years, that we gotta at some point say no until we fix that problem, because put a house here and an apartment complex there and we just keep adding cars every day. And I, for one, drive that 30-minute wait sometimes, which isn't fun. I mean, that's not why you move to Green Valley. And as I've said this in the past, if we keep doing that, and we don't solve the traffic, what happens is we wake up in 10 years and nobody wants to live there. And then it becomes blighted, and then it becomes, not a place people want to be, which right now it's a destination. It's a place that people move from all over the community of the Bay Area to come and seek out the school, the Monday in that area, in that neighborhood. And we need, again, an obligation to figure out a way to get the roads fixed there. And I know that we're limited as a city with what we can do with the roads because there's a state plan in place, and I'm happy to see some of that taking effect on 12 and that interchange coming together better. But until we get that on-ramp fixed, until we get a way to get on the freeway going westbound off of Pittman in that area, then I don't know how we're going to ease congestion,
Any other comments on this concept? All right, so moving on, our central Fairfield areas. So the North Texas Street Corridor. Alternative 1 leaves things as is, a commercially oriented, auto-oriented corridor. Alternative 2 envisions the most transformative change with housing and retail, either in vertical mixed use in the same parcel or horizontal mixed use, where it would be, along a block, say, and then public realm improvements, and I'll leave it at that. And then alternative 3 would be more clustered, focused housing, but less transformative than alternative 2. And I have like a little graphic to show what those might look like with icons. But existing now, it is very general commercial, auto-oriented, and it is such community commercial in the existing general plan. 44% of survey respondents supported major redevelopment along North Texas, with public realm improvements as means to improve connectivity as being one of the highest rated priorities. It was one of the most popular concepts among workshop attendees. And then our GPAC also supported major redevelopment as shown in alternative 3. As part of this alternative 2, with new development that would occur in tandem with transit improvements. So there's a possibility of maybe a bus rapid transit line as part of this as well. So thoughts or questions about the North Texas Street?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of between alternative 2 and 3. I think when we're looking at that area, I think that's, to me, it's kind of a no-brainer that that's an area we should spend some time thinking about improving. So I think one is, I would totally disregard one because it's saying that we don't need to improve that area implicitly. So whether we do a combination of 2 or 3, we'll see what the, apparently the community input was like a plurality for alternative 2. I think that seems fair. If we can do a little more, then, that would be great. I know the state has an allocation of housing that they're kind of pushing down upon the cities. And so if we're going to have to put housing somewhere, we're going to be able to be really thoughtful and make that area, try to find some improvements in that area. I think that's a really good opportunity.
I think one of the things that Commissioner Evans was talking about in Cordelia and having a signature and making a statement, this is our opportunity to do that, to be creative, to be innovative, to think outside the box, not just put up an apartment complex and say we're done and put up a tree. No, to really think this through. I'm definitely in favor of a drastic renovation of that corridor. So I think a mix between 2 and 3, just depending upon how creative the planners and community can be. And that's what we should go for so that we can have housing, businesses, retail. When the community is eating and staying and playing in that area, then we take care of that area. They love that area. They take ownership of that. And I think that's one of the ways that you decrease crime. And definitely having affordable housing will help, because we haven't talked about it, because we all know that we have a significant issue with our unhoused population, and we definitely don't want to forget about that. Thank you.
I think this is probably the most spot-on plan that the whole thing makes sense for. When you take into consideration what's happened in Cement Hill and that area over the last 10 years, and now with the train station really taking hold, and One Lake and the rest of the plan we're even going to after this tonight, it just makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to put a lot of money and effort and everything we have into redeveloping that corridor, because I see a lot more opportunity for houses, people, and they're not going to want to travel all the way across town to eat and play and enjoy their life. And so the more we can push that way to accommodate that is where we're going to solve, I think, a lot of our housing needs. I mean, it's a pretty nice drive. If you're going from here to Vacaville on a Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you don't want to be on the 80, right? But if you go out Air Base and you go out Peabody and you take that Vanden Road, it's beautiful, right? And it's good planned community. And the next steps in that is really enhancing that with lots of good retail, opportunities, creating jobs, reasons to stay there and not just commute, and make it another Green Valley, if you will, as far as a sense of community and a place to live. And I think there's an opportunity to extend to North Texas through that. So for me, option 2 would really be the ideal.
I really like the idea of alternative 3, and with alternative 3, I would move from alternative 2 is it a bus line or the direct rapid? I really love the idea of a rapid. I know in certain areas on their main through fairs, they have like a rapid that just goes up and down that particular block. I really like the idea of creating more housing there, but then I also would like to see some other type of like recreational hubs, even if it's just more gyms or, community gathering spots. Right now, it's very dense on just a lot of fast food places, and I just don't want to see the area. I would love it to be more in the future maintained and not get run down because it's just the place, it's just the spot that you go to McDonald's or get your car washed. I mean, we do need our fast food drive-throughs, but I think we can do something that's a little more intentional where people can feel pride about living there, and not that this is just the section where we created high-density housing. This is the section where you live if you need affordable housing and you need to get out of the city quickly. I don't want to see that. I do want to see, something resonated with me that a speaker said earlier about this amount of square miles to density in San Francisco. And one of the reasons why I joined the Fairfield Planning Commission is I don't want our growth to outpace our purpose, if that makes sense. Because I think one of the cool things about this city is it still has a small town feel. You have all these other little cool places around where it's just very unique. And I don't want to see, because alternative two is it's a lot and it's really fast. We already have a lot of people moving here, and I think if we go too fast, we might not be able to handle the influx that we would get in a lot of ways. So for me, alternative three would be great. And I think that within 30 years, there'll be opportunity for people to decide if we need to move a little quicker, a little faster. But I would like to see some more recreational things put into alternative three. And then bus line moved over to alternative three as well.
Yeah, just wanted to kind of maybe point of a clarification for this, but the plans are not high density per se. I mean, mixed use is going to offer a balance of different options, and so I think that area will. I think even if we wanted to transform overnight, I don't think that's practical. But I think over 30 years, there's some really good opportunities, and of course, these projects are going to come back to the Planning Commission, the City Council. So hoping that we see some really thoughtful projects coming forward.
I just want to add, this would be a great opportunity to partner with our small businesses so that we don't just have chains, national chains coming in, but that people that want to start a business, open up a bookstore, open up a coffee shop. I love Starbucks and Pete's, but it would be nice to have a local coffee shop in an area here. So this is where we can be creative and inventive and help the residents of Fairfield who want to open a business have an opportunity in this location.
Any other comments on North Texas? Okay, moving on to our next concept, the Solano Town Center. So alternative one would keep the Solano Town Center Mall largely as it is, but perhaps seeing some experiential retail, meaning that there are things to go and do at the mall. Alternative two proposes mixed use with higher density housing along Pennsylvania Avenue here. And then alternative three envisions the largest amount of transformation, transforming the mall into a community hub with jobs uses, high density housing, mixed use, medium density, community oriented uses, and some type of green space or urban park. Right now it's the mall. And then the survey indicated that 42% said that the mall should remain as is. 37% plus another 3 who left an other comment desired to see major transformation. And among our youth respondents, 51% desired the major transformation, 37% preferring it remain the same. And then mall redevelopment was another one of the most popular concepts among our workshop participants. So any questions about what might happen at the mall, or?
I'll go first because that's one of my favorite areas. Because I think that area is really well developed. And I'm leaning somewhere between 2 and 3 on that one because I do believe that we can support a lot of density in that area because it's walk bike friendly. I don't know about bike just yet, but it's kind of bike friendly, but it's definitely walk friendly, even to get to some other neighborhoods and some other areas. If you were to take an Uber and you had to get to like a hotel or whatever, the area is pretty well thought out. And for me, I think that we are going to have to rethink what a mall looks like and its use, because if you've been keeping up with, just development issues and economic issues, malls are changing. They're unfortunately dying all over the America, because, people are going online and shopping. People don't want to, or, don't have the mobility to get through malls like they used to. So even like now, if you go to the mall now, there's a lot of different types of services in the mall that you wouldn't usually find there. There's COVID testing in the mall. There's an art gallery. Before, it was literally just storefronts, but storefronts are, unfortunately, they're dying out. So I think that looking at somewhere between alternative 2 or 3, and probably 3, and really creating mixed use, high density, that I think that that's looking towards the future. Because in 30 years, I have no doubt that the mall as we know it today won't be the same, because in the 20, 30 years that I've been going to the mall, it's not the same as it has been. So that's pretty much, that's it. I think this one is like my favorite layout of all of them. It's one of the best ideas, because I think the youth absolutely should have a big say in where this goes, because they're going to be, some of our biggest consumers when it comes to that particular type of retail.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that area, I would say alternative, I'm probably leaning more towards alternative 3, because, I think to echo Commissioner Evans's point, I think that the economy is changing. Whether we like it or not, the mall is not going to be the same in 30 years. I think that's kind of obvious, but how are we going to plan for that? And so that's why we're here, right? And that's why we're getting the public input. So I think that some of the things I like about alternative 3, I think that, it's called the Solano Town Center, and I think that's a euphemism in a sense right now. I think it's a stretch to really call that the town center, but I think that there is an aspirational aspect of this plan to put the public facility in there, to put, some housing, some mixed use there, to really have an opportunity to improve that area. I think we all know that there's room for improvement, and I think that the area is going to change over time regardless. So I think that it's a good time to talk about that, and a good time to, to envision what could be there. And I think that, I think the plans pretty much nail it on alternative 3. I think that's a good starting point, to get more discussion.
Is bulldozing it an option? That's 4. Oh, that's 4, sorry. I think that kind of what 3 does. I mean, I think I agree. Like, obviously, the mall was the place to be for me when I was 17 years old, but it's certainly not anymore. And I have a 15 and a 17-year-old that never, ever want to go to the mall. I've never been there. I haven't been there, I should say, in probably a year and a half. Obviously, pandemic reasons for some of that, but just don't have any desire. I do like they put a Dave and Buster's there. That's kind of a fun place to go. But I see, if we could have a vision of what 3 describes as being just a community hub where people can go and achieve different things, do outdoor pavilion shopping, it just needs to be opened up a little bit too, because it's just so antiquated as it's closed. It just, it's not going to be a town center. But the real question here that I had, because it was brought up earlier, I mean, would we be forcing an owner to do things if we're going to start saying we want to change that mall? Because we don't own it, right?
Yes, that's correct. And there's actually multiple owners.
Yeah.
Each of the anchors owns its section of the mall. So it's clearly going to be a challenge to work through that. Challenge doesn't mean impossible.
Right.
This is where we start setting some vision, though, for what the community would like to see.
I think as long as it's not hostile, as long as it's a cooperation with the owners of saying, hey, we want to help you continue growing this development and owning this development and making it profitable for you, then I'm all for it. But other than that, I would stay away if it's got opposition from the owners and not wanting to do change. And maybe that's just an item that stays on the agenda indefinitely until we find cooperation working with them all. I mean, again, I'm not opposed to 3 being on the agenda as far as the 2030 plan, because that's going to change. and as it does, that might present its opportunity. But I don't want to get involved in forcing business owners to change their business.
I concur. I'm in favor of somewhat of a radical transformation of the Solano Town Center. And it would be nice if it could be the center, and using that space for mixed use, housing, that community use. I'm not sure what that, I mean, I know what community use means, but what that means for this. So I think that would be important. I think that would help the business owners. that if we're attracting people to the mall for one purpose and you're there, then you're more likely to spend your dollars, which will increase their profits. So being really creative of what that needs to look like. And definitely considering that, shopping trends have changed now, but they'll be even, they're going to change again in another 10 years.
Any other comments on the mall? All right, so next is what might happen to support Heart of Fairfield specific plan development for downtown. So alternative 1 envisions just the Heart of Fairfield specific plan continuing on. Alternative 2 envisions more high-density housing around the transportation center, as well as some medium and high-density housing just to the south here, and then also improving mixed-use areas where there might be interface with the Fairfield-Sassoon train station. And then alternative 3 focuses most of the mixed-use development around the transportation center. The existing use, it's mixed along the West Texas corridor. Downtown for community input, 28% indicated a preference for alternative 2, which focuses on transit-oriented development. 26% chose alternative 3, which includes the area around the transportation center as a mixed-use area. At our workshops, there was a high level of support for mixed-use nodes, and that would be inclusive of downtown. And then our GPAC really stressed the importance of downtown redevelopment and supporting the Heart of Fairfield plan however we can. So thoughts on ways to either supplement Heart of Fairfield specific plan or let it continue on? Any questions?
I like alternative 1 for this one because I think that we need to let the plan play out. I think that's important. And I think that the plan that's there is really well developed. So I like alternative 1 for this one.
I had a question on the survey. Did you have the data for for alternative 1 versus other? Because it looked like there wasn't a strong consensus.
Right. I can pull up my computer, but alternatives 2, it went the order of 2, 3, 1. So there was not a specific question asking about downtown as part of the survey, but the alternatives are inclusive of, I'll pull up the maps again. Alternative 2, really focusing on these transit-oriented type development, supporting more housing around those to help people get to work. Alternative 3 being more of a community center, adding housing and commercial in mixed uses in different areas around Fairfield. So as it relates to the Heart of Fairfield specific plan, as it relates to downtown, alternative 1 leaves it as is. 2 is adding housing around transit. 3 is a mixed-use center here.
Were there any studies that the city has on the transportation of how many people are utilizing that transportation center now that buses people to and from the city and so forth?
Yeah, I think we have ridership. I don't have it at my fingertips. I can say the ridership is certainly down.
Well, pandemic, I would be looking at like pre-pandemic and what the expectation would be, because I think the one thing we missed in the Heart of Fairfield was some of that, was like looking at, if we have this transportation center that serves, residents who want to live here but are living over here and then having to drive over, park, and get on a bus, if we could build a community around that, that might make sense. My only other comment, because I like 1. I also like 2 because I want us to consider the transportation concept of developing around that, but also finding a way to connect the Sassoon waterfront to our downtown as an easy means to get from here to there would be a tremendous feat for us, because as somebody said this evening, borrowing land or borrowing a view, borrowing that, that's a great place to go, but it's hard to get to. And we've over the years made it an obstacle to get to, certainly from downtown Fairfield, and it shouldn't be. It should be just seamless. Go right in there, and I think that would promote growth throughout the downtown area if we utilized that. So.
Yeah, and I will note that in alternative 2, in the report, page 26, we kind of talk about connecting better to the Sassoon Waterfront District specific plan that is slated to occur, and building a connection there, and that's what this is. That Sassoon Waterfront District specific plan area will be occurring in this area right here.
Yeah, and if I can add just one little bit of context. Apologize for the cough. The Heart of Fairfield plan, a lot of strong support from the community as we put that together. But one thing that we have discovered as we've worked through using that plan is that definitely around the transportation center over at the west side, the plan really doesn't talk about that area a lot. And you've got a major transit facility. And we've also discovered not only a lot of support for transit-oriented development around the train station, but definitely there's the potential to increase the opportunities for that. And so that's where alternatives, particularly alternative 2, but also alternative 3 to some degree, aim for. So.
Quick question about that, because if I remember correctly, in the Heart of Downtown plan, doesn't it discuss more high-density housing?
Yes, it does. A lot of the focus for that is along the West Texas Street corridor, a little bit in the downtown proper, with some focus around the train station to the south, but around the transportation center, no, there's no discussion of high-density housing. So, we've, at the staff level, have looked at that and said, that may be an oversight with that plan, and this is an opportunity to give some additional thought to that.
Yeah, I think I like elements of 2 and 3. I think 1 is probably not viable just because I think there's more work to be done. I think there's probably some consensus on that. I do like the connection to Sassoon, and it sounds like Sassoon is also working in collaboration with the city of Fairfield to make sure that it's cohesive. Whatever's presented works with Sassoon as well, because I think that's they're going to be a partner in that. It's just right over the catwalk, and then you're in Sassoon. So I think that looking at that specifically, I think is worthwhile. I think I do probably favor the mixed use of alternative 3 on the West Texas over the high density housing. But I think there's elements of 2 and 3. I think that could be good moving forward.
Commissioners, thoughts on which alternative you prefer?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Smith. A mix of alternative 2 and 3. I think it's a great opportunity to relook at the Heart of Fairfield plan and include those housings close to transportation, getting people out of their cars, making it more convenient to stay in the city or Sassoon.
And Commissioner McDonald?
I'm sorry, I thought I was clear. Yeah, I think 2 and 3 should be combined, basically. Okay. Again, with just an emphasis on confirming study that would make sense as far as the transportation use. Don't want to go build a whole residential or high-use center around something that's not being utilized or won't be utilized. But I see it being like it looks pretty busy, so that's what I would be curious about.
Great. All right. We are nearing the end. I think there's just 3 more concepts left. So our next concept are the other new neighborhoods. It's, as I mentioned, it's not realistic to expect all new development to be multifamily, and we need to plan thoughtfully for where more single-family development might go. There are 3 areas for your consideration. The first is Nelson Hill. And alternative 1 would create a residential neighborhood and a small community park. 2 preserves it as is with perhaps some improvements like walking trails. 3 would be more modest housing development on Nelson Hill with perhaps more open space preserved. This row right here is west of Cordelia in the sphere of influence. Alternative 1 would see it turn into a low-density residential neighborhood with some type of path connecting to Cordelia to the south here. Alternative 2 would keep it as is. Alternative 3 is just the neighborhood. And then for this third residential option, this is up near Paradise Valley, just to the west of that, and I'll show you on a map where these are. So here's the Rancho, it's in the Rancho Solano master plan area. This is the neighborhood to the west, and then this is Nelson Hill. So going back to these, what's on it now? Right now, Nelson Hill is vacant open space. Up near Rancho Solano, west of Paradise Valley, is vacant. This is open space to Cordelia, west of Cordelia. And then the existing general plan designates Nelson Hill as a special study area, in addition to where the Rancho Solano area is, and then the area, the sphere of influence west of Cordelia is very low density residential.
What does that mean when you say additional study area?
So our existing general plan calls for each of those areas to have a master plan developed for them, laying out, essentially the general plan today does not lay out a land plan or identify the uses specifically on the map. It says there's more study to be done. For Nelson Hill, it contains a collection of policies to guide how Nelson Hill would grow and develop, with the idea that there could be as many as 300 houses somewhere either at the base of the hill or up at the top in the bowl where there's been quarrying activity. On the area up to the west of Paradise Valley, just to the north of the the Rolling Hills neighborhood, that's a part of the exhibit that you see there is just a subset. You can see over to the far right, that sort of teal colored square is actually just a subset of a much larger study area that wraps all the way around Rancho Solano. It's several thousand acres probably, and identifies in our existing general plan also as many as 300 houses to be built, along with a regional park to be established up there. There was not a lot of support over the last 30 years in funding for a regional park up there. The landowners weren't particularly interested in partnering with us on that. But the idea would be that along the freeway, there actually is a fairly flat area along Lion Road where you could build houses. And so the expectation was the primary housing development would be there. So as a special study area, it called for that entire area to be studied as a single entity for a master plan for a regional park with some housing. Because there really was not a lot of interest in developing that regional park and the funding sources were limited, with this general plan, we're posing this back to the commission and to the community, but with a focus more on just that area right along the freeway.
So does that abut to like the upper end of Rolling Hills, Garden Way, Rollingwood, and so forth, essentially?
Yeah,
like,
it's just beyond the end of where development is today. You sort of go up over a hill and then drop down beyond the apartments that are up there.
And well before Hidden Valley, right?
I'm not sure exactly where Hidden Valley is, but there's Blue Rock, or Blue Rock Springs, I think it's called, before there. So it's an open field, essentially, today. If you drive along the freeway, it directly abuts the freeway as an open field. Correct, yeah, the Sengo, Mario Sengo was the
So
property.
if you live in Rancho Solano, which I did many years ago, but I don't recall, like, when you climb up over that hill on that backside, you're not going to live in Rancho Solano and see this development, right? No matter where you live. I don't think it butts that close, just the open space on the other side of the hill up there, right?
Yeah, so particularly the area that's a focus tonight, which is just along the freeway, it's really not even close to Rancho Solano. It abuts the Rolling Hills area. It's not particularly visible from any existing development. The primary visibility would be along the freeway as you drive along there, because it is directly open to the freeway.
And you haven't done a study yet, but approximately, what do you think the density of housing is going to be there? How many units? Do you know?
At this point, I don't know if we have a number proposed.
I don't have that number at my
Yeah.
fingertips yet either, I apologize.
But it's low density.
How many acres is it?
Oh, I'm going to say it's maybe 40 acres
Okay.
altogether. You know,
So
the
you
existing
could-
general plan envisioned as many as 300.
I was going to say, yeah, there could be like 250 to 400 houses.
Somewhere in that range. So.
All right, and went through existing land uses, and then there was minimal public comment on this through our survey, but there were some comments through website comments, 4 comments in the survey about keeping open space in Nelson Hill. One website comment was thought that the Rancho Solano development would be a good idea. Another website comment mentioned the fire risks in this area. And we did speak with the property owner of Nelson Hill, and they are interested in low or medium density, single family or duets, to get at that mix of housing types that we're talking about, and then potentially multifamily at the base against the hill. So if we could go area by area, starting with Nelson Hill.
I think pending recommendations about fire hazards, because that is a concern for that area. I do like the idea of, building in that particular area.
Is that not Cordelia Junction?
Is it?
I mean, I thought we talked about that because it looks like the same pictures to me.
Yeah, it's sort of abutting it, but it's its own particular, because it's sort of a singular feature that sticks out there.
Okay.
We thought we'd talk about that one.
So we're just talking about whether or not it's going to be a park with houses, or a park with a few houses.
Yep.
Essentially, yes.
I would go park.
I'm a little lost on where this is. Can you tell me? Because I'm like,
Yep,
I
I'll
thought we
show
were
you.
talking about
Bring
like
that photo
downhill
up.
from.
Of the
Yeah,
aerial.
so as you're coming up to the 680
Right.
interchange, off to the left, in the direction of Central Fairfield, there's a very prominent sort of flat-topped hill
Okay.
that is sort of behind Pittman Road, Link, that area.
Gotcha.
The Scandia recreational facility that sits right at the base of it along the freeway, along Interstate 80. So
Gotcha.
that's,
So we're not, this is not the Rancho Solano, like,
No.
okay, gotcha. I got a little lost somewhere, sorry.
got 3 different areas we're talking about.
Yes, sorry,
right now.
trying to.
Right, okay, sorry.
We're almost to the end, just trying to
I'm
cram
trying
it
to
in.
keep up.
Long evening.
Then I would say park for that area, because I'm from a little more development in Rancho Solano. But if that Nelson Hill is more like that Pittman area, then I would say a park, that park would be nice.
I guess I'll just
Yeah.
kind of give a general comment on all of them to make it simpler. I don't think we should develop Nelson Hill. I think maybe the park could be a good option. I don't think that there's strong support for any of these new neighborhoods, so I would not favor any of the new neighborhoods.
Okay, so 2, looks like, for you.
Well, it depends on which one you have.
Park, keep as is, keep as is.
Correct.
And question 3 is the park with minimal
Some
housing?
residential, yes.
Some residential housing, okay.
So, and this is confusing because I want the Cordelia Park on Nelson Hill, I want that to be a park. But I'm okay with, I think no houses below that on the alternative 2. But I do think it's probably okay to develop housing over there on Lion Road.
Is that a part of this alternative 1?
Yes, only alternative 1 is this one proposed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to pause for a moment.
Yeah, and these, just to be clear, these are in 3 very different areas, so we apologize if there's any confusion. And just to be clear, the middle row is over sort of west of Costco, the far west end of Business Center Drive. The bottom of that image is, I believe, Highway 12. So it's the very western edge of the city, whereas the lower images are up in the direction of the Vacaville end of the city. You can see Interstate 80 there. It's directly on the opposite side of Interstate 80 from Paradise Valley.
Yeah,
Here.
So I'm thinking that I like the idea of just the park. I'm not so sure about the development of that strip of land, the Lion Road, and that area. I think there's some fire hazards. So I'm just going to pause on my comment on that. Thank you.
All right. And then any other comments on the new residential neighborhoods or any clarification needed? All right, two more. These will go quick. Gold Hill Road to Pacific Flyway. We're proposing a redesign of Gold Hill Road to allow for bicyclists and pedestrians, autos, and potentially transit to connect Cordelia to the Flyway station, or the Flyway Center. There was some support for this redesign as part of the survey. Road redesigns were the third highest priority for climate change strategy, but fourth for connectivity. Some of the other comments indicated a concern about traffic and talking about existing roadway issues. There was a medium level of support for the Flyway, as well as support from our GPAC, but concern that road redesign would need to be intuitive for all road users. This is only proposed in alternative 1 and is not proposed in 2 or 3.
I'm in favor of the road, so I would say 1.
I'd say the idea of the park and maybe redesigning the road. I know traffic is a big concern of people in that community, which is one reason I don't favor even, I almost don't like even saying alternative 1, because then it's implying that, all the low density residential housing, that's sort of, it's just not balancing in that neighborhood. I really against that, but I do think that there is probably some need to address the traffic out there.
Okay, but are we saying that you support the road redesign concept? Not, we're not focusing on the sphere of influence, the yellow, just.
I think if it improves traffic in that area, I think that's something worth pursuing.
I agree with Commissioner Smith. There is definitely traffic issues in that area, so a road redesign, I think, is warranted. I definitely think we need to address that before trying to add additional housing.
Right, and just to clarify, when I say redesign, I mean redesigning it to include perhaps like a bikeway or, a complete sidewalk, as well as making roadway improvements, perhaps.
It's a heavily cycled area, so I think
Yeah.
the more we can do to make cyclists safe and promote it helps the area we live in as a destination.
I agree with making that particular area more cycle safe. I know some of the schools over there are having problems right now with youth being hit while they're on their bikes. So I definitely agree with alternative 1.
All right, and then our last concept is the Travis Air Force Base connection, which would create a bike and pedestrian path from the train station to an enhanced use lease area, which when we were speaking with Travis Air Force Base, they are exploring this opportunity to create kind of a mixed use, more community facing type area. And then alternative 3 would also supplement this enhanced lease use area with housing for Air Force Base employees. This is only proposed in alternative 3. And community input, our GPAC said that they would support this because they know that there's also schools there, and that could also help ease traffic and create this walkable, bikeable connection to the train station.
I'm again in favor of that, just again with all the development that's going on out there. I think that that helps complement that long-term. I would like to see some of that shopping center out there by Travis, like maybe improved a little bit.
Sorry, that made me laugh. That's my agreement laugh with that. I'm definitely in favor of that connection and anything to do to enhance that area.
I'm in favor of alternative 3 as well.
Yeah, and I generally agree. I think as long as we're collaborating with Travis, because again, that's a huge economic driver of the county, and it's one of the things that makes Fairfield, Solano County what it is, you know, we have Travis Air Force Base, we're supporting a lot of it's a lot of folks that are stationed there, and it matters a lot for our community. So I think as long as we're working in collaboration with them, I think that it's worth considering moving forward with this alternative.
Fantastic. We did it.
I have a quick question. So the Rancho Solano on here, it's really not Rancho Solano, right? So should maybe we rename that to Lion Road Extension or something? Because I think what's going to happen is this is going to get out, and you're going to get, 100 Rancho Solano residents in here saying, don't build on Rancho Solano, which we're not going to. And I just think that's a terrible name for it. So.
Yeah, that's a good comment. I think we'll take that absolutely under advisement. I think the reason for that is that today, if you look at the existing general plan, it calls that area the Rancho Solano North Master Plan area. And so I think
duly noted.
Just kept that as we put this together. But absolutely, yeah, we'll rename that so it's much clearer that it's not developing around Rancho.
All right, well, thank you so much. You've been so generous with your time. Thank you to members of the public for your comments. But this concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that great presentation. That was a lot, so thank you. So our final item for the evening is item B, train station specific plan, planning area 5.
Dave, what's the time limit, or is there a time limit that we can cut off and move the agenda if we need to?
So there's not an official time limit. Sometimes the commission, and it's rare that we go this late.
Right.
We'll decide after 10 o'clock not to take up any new items. Sometimes it's after 11. It's up to the commission. We have our applicant here. We have our staff here ready to give the presentation. It's really up to the commission if the commission wishes to take new business continuing.
Yeah, I don't want to put anybody out
Continue
by
the
any
item.
means. I don't want anybody to have to come back here if they're not up for it, but we're all tired. It's been a long session.
And so I put it back to you to discuss whether or not you want to take up the business.
Did we want to have further discussion on whether we want to take up this item tonight or if we want to table it until the next meeting?
I'm up for whatever to me, it would be up to the
Applicant?
The applicant and city staff, because again, they're hearing this for this as well, and we're here to serve them.
Yeah. So from staff standpoint and the applicant are all ready to take it up?
I'm all for moving forward.
My presentation's only 3 hours, I swear.
So then we will move on to item B. The next item is item B, a continued public hearing on request by McKinley Partners, Steve Ritter, on a master plan unit development permit in the train station specific plan. Our staff person is Miley Sheehan, hopefully I pronounced that right, who will give a brief presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and those of you who are still with us this evening. My name is Maylee Sheehan, and I will be presenting this item tonight. I'm going to try my very best to be as quick and concise as possible. I will let you know it is quite a lot of information. You did get probably a pretty hefty staff report and plans, but I will try to really condense it down. All right. So the project is located on a vacant 186-acre site. Generally speaking, the site is east of Peabody Road and northwest of Vanden Road. Here we have a larger contextual map just to give you an idea of exactly where we are in the city. We're in the northeast portion of the city, right on the city edge. You have Claybank Road, Air Base Parkway, Peabody Road, Cement Hill Road, which turns into Vanden Road. It's the major roadways there for you. At the bottom corner, this is Travis Air Force Base. You have Vanden High School as kind of a landmark for you all, and Gary Fillotti Park at the top. So I'll be using quite a lot of acronyms tonight, so I felt it would be nice just to have this slide here for you guys if you want to jot down any notes as we move forward, a little decoder for you all. So I have TSSP, the train station specific plan, PA is the planning area, MPUD, master plan unit development, EIR, environmental impact report, and DA, development agreement. So before going into the project details, I'd like to give a brief summary of the train station specific plan as a whole. The TSSP is a diverse plan with a history that dates back approximately 10 years. It was approved by City Council in July of 2011. Concurrent with the adoption of the TSSP, the Council also certified an EIR that evaluated resource impacts for the entire project area, including traffic, wetlands, biological resources, etc. The TSSP provides a broad framework for the overall development of the area, including land uses, residential density, infrastructure, and recreational features. But it does defer precise detailed land planning to each of the planning areas within the specific plan. So here is a map of the entire specific plan. You can see that it is made up of 10 separate planning areas. Tonight we're focusing on the yellow area, planning area 5. Each of the planning areas are required to obtain a MPUD, or a master plan unit development permit. That permit acts as the bridge from the overall specific plan, vision, and policies to the exact development entitlements for maps, homes, commercial uses, so on and so forth. The project tonight is located next to an adjacent planning area 4, which is also known as the One Lake community, if you are all familiar. That community contains a mix of low, medium, and high density residential development, a retail core, and a 22-acre lake park. And that park is partially developed right now. The lake is there, it's full. There is a coffee shop kind of at the top of it. It's been a nice little meeting point for a lot of people in the northeast area, Fairfield. So planning area 5 is a separate area, but between planning area 4 and 5, they are greatly integrated through the road networks, the bicycle pedestrian trails, and various private and public recreational areas that will be shared, owned, and maintained by one single homeowners association. Demonstrating a commitment to seeing the project move forward, the city and the landowner of planning area 4 and 5 entered into a development agreement at the time the specific plan was adopted. The DA provides rights to develop the project in exchange for various commitments on the part of the developer, such as timeframes for constructing recreational areas, methods to fund and maintain infrastructure and parks, and commitments to preserve more than 1,000 acres of open space. So now that we've had some groundwork covered, we can focus at the project at hand. The project site is zoned TSPD, Train Station Plan Development, and it has a comparative general plan designation as well. Specific plan area, train station specific plan area 5. The project proposal today consists of 4 application requests, each of which I'll get into much more detail within the presentation, so just to briefly touch on the items. Tonight, the Commission will be asked to provide a recommendation to City Council for proposed TSSP amendments and to act on the MPUD permit, which will cover various development aspects such as environmental compliance, density, and infrastructure construction. A tentative subdivision map, which will divide the 186-acre site into residential lots, open space, and infrastructure improvements associated with the subdivision. A development review for the overall landscape plan, park concepts, and the community design plan. And then this fifth item is not necessarily a new application, but rather a process in which the mitigation measures outlined in the TSSP's environmental impact report can be implemented. So starting with the TSSP amendments, the applicant has requested several amendments to various policies to reflect current day circumstances, provide flexibility in the methodology for achieving the specific plan's visions and goals, and to ultimately facilitate this project. The proposed amendments are consistent with the intent of the TSSP and the associated EIR. Within Chapter 4, there is a policy that outlines regulations regarding the potential site for the city of Vacaville to have a water treatment plant. So this map here comes out of the specific plan. And you can see in the center, in this purple square, this was initially proposed as a potential site for the city of Vacaville to have a water treatment facility. Vacaville no longer needs this site for that facility, and that land has been sold for residential development. Therefore, the revision proposed tonight is really just to clean up the policies and match current day conditions. Also in Chapter 4, there are several policies that require the MPUD applications for planning areas 5, 6, and 7 to happen simultaneously. Initially, we had anticipated that all of these planning areas would come on board together. So 5 being the subject site there, 6 in purple is an industrial designated area, and 7 is mostly open space, and also a future site for what's known as the Great Park, which we are actually now calling the Matt Garcia Community Park. So Planning Area 6 used to be owned by the same entity that owned Planning Area 4 and 5, so it kind of made sense they'd all come in together. But the ownership has since changed hands, and our city attorney has confirmed that the city cannot require the PA5 developer to also submit plans for another landowner's property. Regarding Planning Area 7, city staff has actually recently initiated the planning process for the Matt Garcia Community Park, and we are comfortable separating that out from Planning Area 5 as well. So the proposed revisions to the policies tonight would allow for these planning areas to be separated and for PA5 to move forward with its MPUD application singularly. A few cleanup revisions are also proposed for policies in Chapter 9 of Community Services. This is regarding the future fire station 39. The development agreement and specific plan originally called for the PA 4 and 5 landowner to acquire a site for the fire station. However, the city's fire department and public works department prefers to have greater control over the site location, design and construction. And therefore, earlier in the year, there was an amendment to that development agreement. Cleaning up this policy will just keep it all consistent. Lastly, there are some minor revisions to the proposed policies in Chapters 7, 10, and 12. They're not quite as notable as the ones I detailed, so I wasn't going to go into too much depth on them, but they can be reviewed in full in Exhibit A of your staff report, and if you have any questions, we can go into them deeper at the end of the presentation. One last item to highlight on this slide here is that there was a requested policy amendment that cannot be supported by staff. Policy 4-16 under Chapter 4 Land Use and Development Regulations requires that the developer construct a new road between Vanden and Peabody. It's this stretch of New Cannon. prior to any building permits. So the policy needs that road in place before they can pull any permits within Planning Area 5. While the city can consider this request, the process to determine whether or not we can relieve the developer of this obligation requires additional traffic and transportation analysis. That analysis has not yet been fully completed, and therefore staff is not recommending to remove this policy. So at a future date, after that analysis is completed, it could be brought up again by the developer, and we could act on that on a future date. So shifting.
Can I ask a question real quick on that?
Of course.
Just because I want to be clear. Does that hinder them moving forward with their developing plans of starting to build and get things going on Plan 5 if we're not agreeing to remove that contingency where they have to build that road first?
So we can still move forward with taking action on the MPUDV, the tentative map, and the development review. Those items will probably take quite some time to flesh out, and then in that interim, the developer, if they choose, can continue that analysis and come back to the city and request us to revisit looking at that policy. So just shifting from the specific plan amendments that provides that overall guidance into the MPUD. The MPUD does provide more specific details for the planning area, and it's made up of several sections. The first section, pretty straightforward, is just content. This notes the various plan approvals required for the permit. The second section, environmental compliance, provides direction and specific requirements for complying with the environmental impact report that was adopted. There's several mitigation measures that are specific to Planning Area 5. They mostly revolve on biological resources as listed here, wetlands, vernal pool species, some specific species as well, and riparian habitat. Item C, housing unit allocation. This section allocates the maximum housing unit count that can be allowed by the specific plan. On this slide, I have the minimum and maximum units that are identified within the specific plan, this table on the left, and the corresponding exhibit there. On the right-hand side is the proposed unit count and the land use layout. There's a total of 1,250 units proposed, which is within the minimum and maximum outlined here. AB 1600 fee obligations. This section essentially states that there are fee obligations to develop, subject to our citywide program and our Northeast fee program. Density transfer. This section provides approval and conditions to adjust dwelling unit allocations. You may have noticed in the housing allocation slide that the two images were slightly different. The developer has kind of moved around a little bit of the density, so through this process, the city can allow for that density transfer to happen. They're requesting to have a density greater than 7 units an acre for the development west of Lake Club Drive, and a density less than 10 units an acre for the development east of Lake Club Drive. Staff is recommending approval of this density transfer with the two following conditions on the left-hand side. The development within area PQ, down on the bottom here, must be developed at a minimum density of 10 units an acre, and that development would be subject to MR or medium residential impact fee rates. Infrastructure construction. This is a little bit of a meaty section, but for the sake of time, I'm going to kind of shorten it up if you don't mind. This section outlines various different infrastructure improvements that are required as part of the planning area. The first bullet here is a berm wall combination along Vanden Road to mitigate noise impacts from the roadway onto the residents. There are several parks and open space components within the planning area that this section outlines when the design and construction of those items need to be completed. And then there is also various road segments as well. Namely, it's New Cannon Road all the way across that blue line, and then also New McCrory. The Master Homeowners Association is exactly as it sounds. It's a section within the specific plan that does require planning area 4 and 5 have a homeowners association. Land use circulation and utility plan conditions. This area does touch on all 3 of those topics in general for an MPUD. For planning area 5 specifically, the conditions are regarding a pump station to ensure that there's adequate sewer capacity. The community design plan and architecture requirements are much more developed in the community or within the development review aspect of this project. And so I'll get into those a little deeper as we go on in the presentation. And lastly, K, other conditions and information. This section provides miscellaneous information, guidance on requirements, including provisions to amend the MPUD in the future should the developer request to do so. So now that we've covered those kind of big picture applications, the TSSP amendments and the MPUD, we can get a little deeper into the details with the tentative subdivision map and development review aspects of the project. The tentative subdivision map divides the 186-acre site into 932 detached single-family lots, one 15.9-acre medium-density site, 3 pocket parks, a sports and park complex. This is part city park, part private homeowners association rec building, a linear park extension, and associated infrastructure for the subdivision, your streets, sidewalks, landscaping, stormwater quality treatment areas. So here on the map, I'll kind of quickly highlight those items. Everything in yellow is residential. You have your standard single-family lots. But also highlighted there in red in the center, there are some court-style products. So there's one shared driveway for 4 units, a little bit different in terms of your single-family development. Area PQ on the bottom is the future medium-density site. The 3 little corner pieces there are your pocket parks. Right in the center, you have your sports park and complex. The linear park extension hugs the south side of the planning area, or the left-hand side of the screen. And then throughout the entire planning area, you have stormwater quality features. So this next slide shows the developer's proposed phasing for the project. For a project of this scale, it is pretty standard for construction to come in phases for full development. As one of the conditions to the subdivision map, phasing plan is required with identified emergency vehicle access. This is a requirement of our fire department so that they know there's always a point of access in case of an emergency to the neighborhoods as the planning area is being fully constructed. Areas of the subdivision map provide pedestrian travel paths. This map on the screen identifies where those are. The orange are your standard sidewalks. The yellow is a 10-foot wide multi-use trail. You could walk, run, bike, rollerblade if you really wanted to. And that trail you'll see goes off-site of the planning area and will connect into the Matt Garcia Community Park. And then in green, you have the extension to the linear park. Public access easements will be required for all of these areas, as well as the open space conservation areas within Planning Area 7. That's kind of up and off screen here. Looking at the greater area of linear park circulation, this map shows where the linear park is proposed throughout the train station specific plan. Right here is what is proposed with planning area 5. But you'll also notice that there's a segment of linear park that runs along the west edge of the planning area. This segment is not part of the project tonight. However, we have added conditions that 2 pedestrian connection points are included from planning area 5 into this future segment so that there'll be full circulation at full build out. This last map I have here for tentative subdivision map purposes is from the specific plan as well. It identifies sensitive edges. Sensitive edges are the edges of a development area that abut either open space or a roadway. The specific plan provides policies along these edges to achieve a more friendly community feel amongst those open space edges. So you don't just have like a large wall or fence that runs straight down for hundreds of yards. Along the dotted green lines is the open space sensitive edge. On this edge, view fencing is proposed. That'll provide the residential homes that abut that area the connection into the open space features. In Fairfield, we're very blessed to have these expansive nature areas. However, we can't overlook wildfire safety. So there is a condition included that will require all of these fences to be constructed of fire-rated materials. So over those last couple of slides, I actually touched on all of the key conditions that we're placing upon the tentative subdivision map. Summarizing very quickly, the construction phasing plans will be required, and they must identify emergency vehicle access for the fire department's review and approval. Public access easements and conservation easements will need to be recorded for the pedestrian realms and the open space areas within planning area 7. 2 connection points are required to that future phase of the linear park that ran along the west side of the project area. And the recorded CCNRs will have to include the sensitive fencing edge criteria. It will essentially state that those fences cannot be revised or changed without homeowners association approval or City of Fairfield approval. And this way we make sure that we keep our fire safety. So through the last several slides, we covered the tentative subdivision map, and that kind of brings us to the development review portion of the application, which in my opinion is more of the fun part because you kind of get into the details of what makes a community. The development review is made up of 2 components, the community design plan and architecture. A cohesive community design plan has been composed, highlighting the project's many open space and recreational components. That plan includes conceptual park plans, placemaking features, walls and fences, gateway signs, lighting, and landscaping. Most subdivision applications would include home architecture, house plans, elevations, floor plans. For a project of this scale, we aren't actually anticipating this master developer to build all these homes themselves. They will work with future home builders, and at that time, we will require those home builders to submit house plans to us. So as part of this package, what the master developer did was they provided us house footprints so that we can ensure the lot sizes they're proposing can accommodate future developers. Oh, and I'm sorry, I almost skipped over that last bullet. And the sports park and complex, the recreational building, the developer has provided some conceptual elevations for that particular building. So jumping straight into it, we've kind of touched on these a couple of times in the other areas here, but this map shows you the concept park plan locations and placemaking locations. So again, the 3 pocket parks are tucked in the corner, your sports park and complex in the center, and then some of the placemaking features are throughout the planning area. Placemaking features are really aspects of a community that let you know you've arrived. You are now in the One Lake community area, so that's going to be your gateway signs. It can also be little pedestrian connection points, seating areas, just things that kind of make it feel like home. Here we're looking at a pocket park along Vanden Road. This is more of a passive pocket park. It has some benches, seating areas, and open lawn for residents to enjoy. This slide has more active pocket parks where you would see children's playgrounds. On the right-hand side, this is the pocket park tucked in the corner, if you can see on the key map. And this particular pocket park, if you will, is really an extension of the linear park. And this is the last or the third pocket park. It is the Bark Park, very cutely named for dogs. It's a dog park. It'll include your large dog area, your small dog area, your trash cans, your benches, everything you need for your pup. And then we have a conceptual site plan for the sports park and complex. As I mentioned before, this is kind of a combination public and private. The left-hand side, it would be the public portion, the city park. It's going to include several different sports fields. And then the right-hand side would be the private portion, open to the residents that are within that HOA. It includes a private rec building and a private pool. And this is just a conceptual rendering of what that may look like. Moving on to a walls and fences plan. As we kind of already mentioned when we were talking about fire safety, you can see the pink dotted is a view fence. Because of our condition, the view fence might not be the exact one pictured here because we do want it to be fire-rated materials. But for the overall planning area, these are the identified walls and fences for the community, so you have a consistent look throughout. Gateways and lighting, similar theme here. We want consistency. These photos on the bottom are actually taken from Planning Area 4. So Planning Area 5 will have the same themes in terms of the signage and the light fixtures, the Shepherd's Hook light fixtures. Streetscaping, this plan shows the proposed trees. These trees are all consistent with the specific plan and the city's tree planting list, so they should be species that can do well in Fairfield's high winds and with our water resources. This is an ownership and maintenance plan. You've heard me say several times now that there's going to be an HOA. So everything marked up in blue here is what would be owned and maintained by the HOA. That includes all of the pocket parks, some small open space features, and the stormwater areas. Green and gray would be on the city of Fairfield. These are the house footprints that I spoke of, so not full-blown architecture. The top stretch here is the largest of lots. They're 55 by 90, and then the bottom stretch are the smallest lots, 46 by 65. My apologies, I was looking at the corner lot. The corner lots are a little larger to accommodate additional architecture enhancements that are required by the specific plan. And then this is the court-style product that I highlighted that's within the center of the planning area. Here are the conceptual elevations for the private rec center. And so a few key conditions for development review. There's not too many. As I mentioned before, subsequent architectural plans will be required for the actual development of the homes in this planning area. The house plans for the corner lots will have to have additional architecture enhancements. And a couple of little minimums for the private rec center. The site has to be at least 1 acre. The building has to be at least 5,000 square feet. There needs to be a swimming pool or equivalent value of amenity, and it must meet our standard zoning ordinance development regulations. So capping off the applications, I want to remind you that the environmental impact report mitigation measures that are associated with this planning area have been baked into the MPUD. So all of those environmental mitigations will be incorporated as the project is developed. And I should note that there have been no additional impacts identified. So concluding the presentation tonight, a very quick recap for the components we've covered, because I know it is a lot of information. We started with the train station specific plan amendments. The notable amendments included revisions to the policy regarding the City of Vacaville's water treatment plant site, revisions to multiple policies tying the planning area 5 applications to planning areas 6 and 7, and then also revisions to some policies regarding fire station number 39 to be consistent with the most recent amendment to the DA. We then discussed the various components of the MPUD permit. We highlighted a handful of sections: environmental compliance, housing allocation, density, and infrastructure. That led us to the tentative subdivision map. We broke down how the project will be made up, the 932 residential lots, various park areas, and also just the associated improvements. And then we touched on the development review, diving into those park concepts, the community design plan, and house footprints. Wrapped that with the MPUD implementing the environmental impact mitigation measures. And so with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2021-22, recommending City Council approval of the specific plan amendments and granting approval of the MPUD, the tentative subdivision map, and the development review. And my apologies, I see a typo there. It's just the MPUD, it's not an amendment. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I kind of burned through that. I just, for the sake of time, wanted to sum it up quickly.
That was great. Thank you. Super efficient and fast and lively. Appreciate it. Do any of the commissioners have questions for staff?
Just a quick question. As far as the train station specific plan, are we expected to get more amendments, or I'm just wondering, as the Planning Commission, what should we expect coming back from this specific plan?
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted
Question. Yeah, so the only item that I would expect to come back would be further discussion of the request by the applicant to relieve them of the obligation to have to construct all of that road. As currently stands, the specific plan does require them to construct all of that road. The road does provide some, it does cut through their project. So one way or the other, they'll end up building at least some of it. It's just a question of whether or not they have to build all of it. And really, it's not, it's from the city's standpoint, in order to facilitate the project, we don't need an answer on that today. The project can be approved today, leaving that condition in, and then if there's evidence that shows that it's not necessary, we can come back and modify that. But that's the only thing I would anticipate coming back in the future.
I just have a quick question for the applicant. You're good with everything? Yeah.
The applicants may come forward.
And what I mean by that is,
could open the
are
public hearing.
you in cooperation, is there anything that's been outlined this evening that it goes against what you have planned or need done, or are you just in approval with what we're being requested to approve?
And before we move forward, I just want to go ahead, since the applicant is going to be speaking, and officially open the public hearing.
My name is Dan Aguilar. I'm with McKinley Partners. To answer your question, no, we're fine. But I would like to thank staff. First of all, I'd like to thank you for staying late. And I would like to thank staff for working on this project. It's a highly complex project. And They worked very difficult. They worked and put in late hours on the MPUD to get it prepared for presentation today. And it's good to have a partner like the city, because this is a highly complex project. And I also would like to thank Miley for all her work. We were getting emails on Friday night at 8:30 from her. And anyway, it's taken a Herculean effort from them. And I'd like to know if you have any questions for us.
I don't.
I'm not sure if this question is appropriate since we're just looking at adopting a resolution, but I'm curious, and it may have been in a reading somewhere, how this is going to impact local schools.
Sure. As part of the specific plan, several years back, the community or the city would have engaged the school district. I wasn't working at that time, so I don't want to misspeak. Dave, if you can speak a little bit on the engagement we had with the school districts.
Yeah, sure. One of the nice things about this area is that it is subject to a specific plan. A lot of effort went into figuring out the details of how to properly and best see this area develop, create a real there. We were talking about that with Cordelia earlier. That was one of the real goals out here, was to do the full set of planning for this area, so that by the time we come here tonight, and this is nearly 10 years later, essentially the whole vision has already been laid out. That includes schools. And so there was an extensive discussion with the Travis School District at the time we were putting this together, engaging with them to figure out what are your school needs. If we build out this whole specific plan fully, what do you need? Do you need a new middle school? Do you need a new high school? Do you need a new elementary school? What they came back to us with was, to serve this area, they did not need to construct any new high schools or middle schools in this area, but they did need a new elementary school, at least one, to serve the whole area. Not necessarily in the early years, but at full build out. And we worked with the school district to identify a future site for an elementary school. I don't know if we have an exhibit here, but where the One Lake neighborhood is building today, just to the west of there, just to the west of the One Lake, the planning area 4, is that planned school site. And one of the things with the Travis School District that was happening at the time we were putting this specific plan together here, the city is planning for an extensive amount of new housing, but at the same time, on base, they were reducing the amount of housing. So historically, looking back many decades earlier, the bulk of the students actually were living on base. But over time, the base has been, there were at least 400 housing units that were abandoned and then burned up. So substantially fewer number of students were living on base at the same time that we're adding students here as a part of our plans. And it's sort of a little bit balanced out. So ultimately there was determined they didn't need a new high school or middle school. They do need one new elementary school. There's also a site for another elementary school over in the Gold Ridge neighborhood. And to this point, the school district hasn't found that they need to trigger the construction yet, but those sites are available. So.
Thank you. Unless the applicant has anything else, I do not have any cards for this particular public hearing.
And do we have any via Zoom?
Just to remind the viewers on Zoom, if you'd like to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand feature at this time. And it looks like we do not have any Zoom commenters.
Dave, have we received any email comments?
No, we don't have any emailed comments.
I would like to make one more comment. I think your question was concerning the extension of the road to Peabody and potential, has the potential of basically stopping our project. And it does, however, in working with Mr. Gassaway, it takes a leap of faith on our side, because if you get the MPUD approved, tentative map approved, and you can't get that first building permit, it's problematic, obviously. But we have faith that we'll get that done before we have to pull the first permit. And again, it comes with a good working relationship with the city.
Well, I think you've already demonstrated a lot of that. I mean, it has been I was part of 2011 in approving the original plan on this, and we put an extensive amount of work in that, and I couldn't be prouder of the development that's out there right now. I think it's really spot on with what our vision was and how it's coming together. So congratulations on that, and thank you for just investing in our city and doing things like that. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
At this time, would staff like to respond to any issues or anything else?
I have just one minor typo correction for the resolution. Section 9 currently states that the commission is recommending approval of the MPUD and the tentative subdivision map. And consistent with Maylee's slide up on the screen there, that section 9 should the commission choose to move forward with the resolution, should be revised to state that those final three words are that the commission hereby approves, and then it would be approving subsections A and B.
So to make a motion, we would say the commission hereby, or I hereby make a motion that the commission approve resolution number PC 2021-22, the master plan unit development permit, tentative subdivision map development review for the community design plan, forwarding the following items to the city council with a recommendation for approval, the train station specific plan amendment, right?
No, I think.
Let's see, so the title does look like it's correct.
Yeah, I
It's in
believe
section-
what
it's in
Commissioner McDonald
section
said
9.
is correct. It's,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, so it's just if,
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
sorry about that.
My recommendation, Casey, if you make a motion very consistent with what's on the screen here to adopt Resolution 2122.
Just without the word
with
amendment.
modifications to recommend City Council approval of the specific plan amendments and granting approval of those three items.
So moved.
Is that-
Yes, I think between the three of
Lot
us
easier.
here, it's clear on the record.
Okay, so with that, I will now close the public hearing and turn it back to the commission for deliberations. Are there any discussion points, any comments from the commissioners?
No, I think this is an exciting opportunity to expand something that we've been working towards.
Great. So with that, do I have a motion to approve Resolution PC 2021-22?
I believe I moved that a minute ago.
And that's with the corrections so that it's consistent with the recommendation on the
Correct.
board, correct? Yes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor indicate by show of hands. And seeing none opposed, the motion for resolution, or I'm sorry, the motion to approve resolution has passed. And for our last item, it's information and communications, which is director's report and commissioner's comments. Dave, do you have any items for the director's report?
Not tonight. We'll keep it real short.
Okay. Do any commissioners have information items?
I would just like to say I'm excited to be back on the commission. I look forward to working with everyone. I have a passion, if you haven't noticed already, for what we do in our city and how we do it. I try to remain unbiased and really look at the big picture of what is best for the city of Fairfield. And with all of the community gone, I can say this now, I don't let community influence the decision we make that may be best for the city. And I think that you can expect that from me, and I welcome any comments and direction any of you guys have at any time. I'm always open. I'll share my phone with you. You can call me, text me, whatever.
My final comment, I know it's late. I think, and I don't know if you can let me know, I think it's important to incorporate the in-person and the Zoom comments instead of waiting at the end for the Zoom folks. Thank you.
I think while we're commenting, and since you brought up the Zoom, I would love to see, and I don't know if it's possible in future meetings because I'm quite the visual person, if we could have maybe like Zoom, the Zoom speakers or the comments or something visual on one of the screens. It's a bit awkward when you're listening and you don't know where to look. So the voice is just coming
Voice in
from
the
nowhere.
sky.
Right. So it would be great, and I think that the people who are attending here would love to see that. But that's
I'll check with our technical staff and see if that's feasible.
okay. Great. With that, do any commissioners have any other information or comments? All right. So I'd like to thank everyone for entrusting me to be the pro tem for the night. Good times, but I'll be glad to be back down at the other end. And with that, we are adjourned to the next meeting of November 10th, 2021.